Chapter 1577. President Xi and the other envoys appeared one by one in outer space. Liu Yefei and the others also appeared far away from Ada, but most of them were in lighters. Watching others transcend their origin tribulation was very beneficial to their future. Lu Yin also appeared in outer space, his expression solemn as he asked in a low voice, "Mr. Lu Yi, in your opinion, can Ada survive this origin tribulation?" Mr. Lu Yi shook his head. "It's hard to say. It depends on what form the origin tribulation takes. Everyone's origin tribulation is different. The origin tribulation's power should be determined based on the amount of astral sources that the cultivator has attracted," Lu Yin said. Mr. Lu Yi nodded. Breaking through to become an emissary requires the formation of an astral cyclone, which is determined by the amount of star energy in a person's body. The more star energy one has, the more astral sources one needs to form an astral cyclone, and it cannot be hidden. Ada doesn't have much star energy, so as long as he's prepared well, he should have a 20% chance of breaking through. Only 20%? Lu Yin was astonished. Big Sister Fei Hua said unhappily, "Do you think transcending the origin tribulation is a joke? Out of 10 initiates, it's already pretty good to have one emissary. If he's undergoing his origin tribulation here, he's either fighting someone and couldn't suppress his origin tribulation and had to break through, or he was careless. Otherwise, there's no way he would be undergoing his origin tribulation here. 20% is already very high. What if there are external objects?" Lu Yin asked in a low voice. Mr. Lu Yi replied, "With an external object, as long as it doesn't involve an astral source, it won't affect the origin tribulation. However, the origin tribulation is mysterious. External objects that you use all year round won't affect you, but if you borrow an external object from someone else, it'll be easily detected. Once detected, its power will increase dramatically and you'll have no hope of surviving. The origin tribulation can detect whether or not an external object is borrowed." Lu Yin was horrified. Wasn't this the same as life? No, it was more intelligent than life itself. At the very least, when he took out an external object, no one would know if it was borrowed or not. Big Sister Fei Hua rolled her eyes. If it's that easy to fool an origin tribulation cultivator, then envoys would have already flown all over the place. Everything else aside, any Enlighter Realm envoys who break through to the Enlighter Realm will be able to stay at Aurora Fort for as long as they stay there. Lu Yin pursed his lips as Ada's words made sense. If that was the case, then Ada's departure from the Aurora Fort wasn't because he was afraid that his tribulation would sense the astral source within the fort. Instead, he was afraid that an external object like the Aurora Fort would be discovered. There's one more thing. The power of the origin tribulation mostly affects the astral origin cyclone. External objects can't resist it, Lu Yi said. Not far away, Zhizong sighed. The origin tribulation is really like a life of its own. It's even more intelligent than life itself. It's like a law that no one can reverse. One can only endure it. Only by becoming stronger can one deal with the origin tribulation. Everyone looked at Ada, looking at his solemn expression. At this moment, the vortex above his head was getting bigger and bigger. Thunder rumbled, and the sharp light tore the space apart, tearing many cracks. "It's the saber. His origin tribulation is related to the saber," said an emissary from the Aurora Corporation. "He should also be a master of the saber," Mr. Lu Yi said. In the next moment, there was an intense explosion that sounded like two blades clashing against each other. Sparks appeared in the void and lit up the entire universe. Then two long blades materialized and slashed at Ada. The first blade was like a dragon, and its roar shook the entire universe. The second blade kept flickering and was accompanied by a peculiar power. It wasn't just a saber but also a battle technique. Lu Yin's eyes filled with star energy as he looked at the rune lines of the two blades. They were about the same as Ada's. No, the two blades were descending at the same time, which meant that Ada would have to endure two attacks that were equivalent to his own power. This was the origin tribulation. Ada retrieved a grayish-white blade from his cosmic ring and slashed upwards, clashing with the first blade. The first blade was like a dragon as it ruthlessly pressed down. Ada growled, and at the same time the second blade descended and slashed at his chest. His clothes were stained with blood as he couldn't defend against two attacks at the same time. The origin tribulation wasn't a test. It was truly meant to destroy the Nirvana tribulation. To the astral source universe, the Nirvana tribulation was an enemy. Ada pushed away the first saber, trying to cut the second saber in half. However, there was a strange power on the second saber that blocked Ada's blade. The crowd sighed as the chances of success were very low. At that moment, a third blade appeared above Ada's head. Fei Hua shook her head. He's dead. Zhizong was just as helpless. This is the origin tribulation. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. They really weren't giving him a chance to survive. Ada looked up and saw the third blade taking shape. There was a sudden clap of thunder in his ears. He took out his power vessel and other external items, but they were all useless. These items weren't strong enough to withstand the origin tribulation. When he saw the first blade slash down again, Ada's eyes grew crazed. At that moment he heard a sound and his blade suddenly changed direction and slashed at a certain spot on the second blade. The second blade strangely changed direction and blocked the first blade's attack. Ada grew excited and attacked again. His continuous attacks were so fast that the surrounding enlighters couldn't even see them clearly. These attacks didn't hit the same spot, and each time the direction and position of the blade changed. The strange power was also forcefully changed, and each time, it blocked the first blade's attack. Zhizong and the others were shocked. How had this person changed? Lu Yifeiwa and Lu Yifeiwa looked at each other, then turned to Ada in shock. Every time he attacks, he hits the most appropriate spot. It's like the second origin tribulation blade is blocking the first one. With his understanding of the blade, he shouldn't be able to do this. Not too far away, Lu Yin's eyes grew solemn as he transmitted a message to Ada. He was the one helping Ada. Even if the origin tribulation could sense external items being borrowed, it couldn't possibly sense that someone was transmitting a message to help. That would be too ridiculous. Whether or not an external item was borrowed could be determined by its aura, but there was no way to check if someone was using a voice transmission. Perhaps this was the origin tribulation's lifeline. If this origin tribulation wasn't a blade but something else, then Lu Yin wouldn't have been able to help Ada. However, since it was a blade and a weapon, then he had the ability to do so. He hadn't learned how to use a sickle to break through 10,000 weapons for nothing. He had been receiving the sword steel's inheritance for a longer time than by Xianxia. Finally, there was a soft sound as the second blade shattered. Ada growled and slashed at the first blade, shattering it as well. He panted heavily as blood flowed down his chest and onto his hand. He looked up as the third blade took shape and slashed down. There was no battle technique involved. It was simply aimed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. This wasn't good. The rune lines far exceeded the previous two blades. He looked at Ada as he couldn't help with this attack. This attack's power wasn't something that could be broken by techniques. It was over. President Xi and the others shook their heads. Ada had failed. Even the enlighters around them could see how terrifying this attack was. Even if Ada had been at his peak, he wouldn't have been able to block this attack, let alone with his heavily injured body. Ada looked up and watched as the attack descended. The gray blade in his hand disappeared, and a blade that looked exactly like the gray blade appeared. The only difference was that this blade had a scabbard. This was an innate gift. Ada's eyes widened as he grabbed the hilt of his sword with his right hand and swung it towards Lu Yin's head. In that instant, boundless rune lines shook Lu Yin, and the boiling star energy shook everyone around him. This was an attack with far more star energy than Ada's, and it was as if there were several or even a dozen Adas attacking at the same time. The attack shattered the third blade and slashed at the origin tribulation vortex. Everyone was shocked. They sucked in a breath of cold air. How was this blade possible? President Xi was shocked and blurted out, "An innate gift for drawing the blade. You're Diqiu." Lu Yin looked at President Xi. "You know him." President Xi was astonished. "Yes, I should have remembered. The old Hall of Honor's methods have been lost for decades." Lu Yin looked at Ada. Was he the Hall of Honor's method? In the distance, Ada sheathed his blade and the gray blade gradually disappeared. He stood in place without moving. Others couldn't see anything, but Lu Yin could tell that Ada's rune lines were rising. He had successfully faced his tribulation and was now an emissary. Above his head, the vortex slowly dissipated and everyone looked at Ada enviously. He had successfully faced his tribulation. Mr. Lu Yi sighed. Innate gift. His innate gift is quite good and his blade technique is even better. He's lucky to have survived this tribulation, but he might not be able to survive the next one, Fei Hua said. Everyone looked at Ada and watched as his body occasionally disappeared and entered the astral source universe. Enlighters didn't know this and only emissaries could experience it. Once an emissary entered the astral source universe, others couldn't see him and they couldn't block the attacks from the astral source universe. This was what it meant to be an emissary, a godlike existence compared to an enlighter. The crowd gradually dispersed and President Xi left as well. Emissaries were indeed worthy of attention, but Ada belonged to the Hall of Honor and was from the Interstellar Arbitration Center. President Xi didn't even care about Liu Yefei, let alone Ada. Of course, there were also people who stayed behind to ask about Ada's tribulation. Ada opened his eyes and looked at his palm. Although his injuries were serious, they weren't a problem for him at this moment. After successfully overcoming his tribulation, a astral source cyclone had formed in his body, and he had become an emissary. He immediately turned around to look for Lu Yin. Lu Yin didn't leave and neither did Liu Yefei. Ada arrived in front of Lu Yin and bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Mr. Liu." Liu Yefei looked at him strangely. Lu Yin smiled. "There's no need. It was nothing." Ada solemnly replied, "It may have been nothing to you but it saved my life." "Thank you again, Daikyu." Lu Yin curiously asked, "Daikyu? President Xi said that you were once a member of the Hall of Honor, Fatsi?" Ada nodded. "I used to be. After I became an enlighter, I joined the Interstellar Arbitration Center and changed my name. I've been there ever since." Lu Yin was amused. "I never thought that I would be so lucky as to randomly pick a tour guide who used to be Fatsi." Big Sis Fei Hua sneered. "Randomly pick one? You're looking for the most powerful one and you still have the nerve to say that." Lu Yin was speechless. Was there a need to expose him? However, she wasn't wrong. After going to the arbitration center, he had found Ada because he was infinitely close to being an emissary. The others were much weaker than him. "Since you used to be Fatsi and now that you've become an emissary, will you become an elder when you return to the World Mountain? Or will you leave the Interstellar Arbitration Center?" Chapter 1578. Ada replied, "I haven't thought about it yet. This tribulation was an accident, so I'll think about it after helping Mr. Liu return to the Outerverse." Lu Yin nodded. "That's fine. I'm familiar with the head inquisitor, so let me know if you need any help." Ada felt strange. In the eyes of everyone in the Interstellar Arbitration Center, the head inquisitors were mysterious, dignified, and inviolable. They represented justice, judgment, and faith. But why did Lu Yin make it sound like the head inquisitor was an uncle next door? Ada suddenly thought of the head inquisitor's warrant that Lu Yin had. Could this person be the head inquisitor's illegitimate son? Before the tribulation, Ada's attitude towards Lu Yin had been lukewarm, but after the tribulation his attitude had completely changed. Lu Yin had basically saved his life, and he now looked at Lu Yin with even more respect. Lu Yin was also a member of the Hall of Honor and he hadn't used this identity. When he revealed it, Ada looked at him even more affectionately. Ada had broken through to become an emissary, and this was a good topic for discussion in the Aurora stronghold. That night Wan Lauer was taught a lesson again and in his anger he wanted to race with Shi Hao and challenge Lu Yin. Unfortunately, Lu Yin was no longer interested in racing. He was more interested in Wan Lauer's father. When Wan Lauer stormed out of the house, his father Wan Gong sighed. "Useless thing." He shook his head and was about to return to his room when the lights in the hall suddenly lit up. Wan Gong felt strange and looked towards the living room. "Wan Gong, let's talk," a voice called out. Wan Gong's expression changed and he subconsciously tried to contact the outside world. There had always been people who wanted to steal the Aurora Corporation's technology, and the technicians all had bodyguards who were not weak. "Don't waste your energy. I've already made preparations since I was able to come." Wan Gong felt that the voice sounded familiar and he slowly walked downstairs. He saw Lu Yin sitting on the sofa, leisurely looking at some blueprints. The blueprints were just ordinary spacecraft parts and Wan Gong didn't care. He stared at Lu Yin. "Alliance leader Lu, why are you visiting so late at night? If it's about the miniature armor, you can rest assured that it will be ready in 2 days." Lu Yin placed the blueprints on the table and beside them was a tattered old shirt. Wan Gong's face sank when he saw the shirt. Lu Yin picked it up and flipped open the collar, revealing the bloodstain of the Hidden Earth Organization. "Wan Gong, can you explain this symbol?" Wan Gong stepped forward, puzzled. "It's just blood." Lu Yin looked at Wan Gong. You or your ancestors should be from Earth. Wan Gong's fingers trembled and his gaze sharpened. What Earth? Never heard of it. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Since that's the case, it's fine even if President Xi discovers the significance of this symbol. I've already sent someone to report to the higher-ups of Aurora about second bro Wan wearing clothes with this symbol. Wan Gong, think of a way to explain this to them. Wan Gong's expression changed drastically. Alliance Lord Lu, what is the meaning of this? Lu Yin replied, nothing much. I just want to have an open discussion. There's nothing to talk about. So what if my ancestors came from the Hidden Earth realm? The Aurora stronghold won't care. I didn't say Hidden Earth. I said Earth, Lu Yin replied. Wan Gong replied in a low voice. The Aurora stronghold doesn't care about Earth's Hidden Earth. To them, it's just an insignificant small organization. Maybe, but if you don't. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Who knows if I'm related to Earth invisibility? I'm from Earth, and if someone sees us talking in the middle of the night, think of a way to explain this to President Xi. Wan Gong frowned. What are you trying to do, Lu Yin? Lu Yin looked at Wan Gong. You betrayed Earth invisibility. I didn't. I admit that my ancestor did come from Earth, but that was a long time ago. That shirt isn't mine, it's my ancestors. We didn't betray Earth invisibility, but we've already settled down in the Aurora stronghold. We don't want to have anything to do with Earth invisibility. Why? This is my home, Wan Gong said in a low voice. Lu Yin understood. All right, I understand. With that he prepared to leave. Wan Gong had no value, and the only reason Lu Yin had sought him out was to learn more about Earth invisibility. Since Wan Gong had already left Earth invisibility, and he hadn't joined Earth invisibility himself, but rather his ancestor, there was no need for him to continue pestering him. Lu Yin wasn't from Earth invisibility and it had nothing to do with him. Wan Gong didn't seem to believe that Lu Yin would leave just like that. What do you want, Lu Yin? Lu Yin replied, nothing much. Since you've decided to leave Earth invisibility, then live your life well. You didn't tell anyone about me, did you? Wan Gong asked anxiously. Lu Yin waved a hand. Don't worry. With that he left. Wan Gong looked at the empty living room and the shirt with a complicated expression. It had been many years since he had heard of that name and now it had appeared again. Back then his ancestor had been valued by the Aurora stronghold due to his technical talent. He had then coveted the Aurora stronghold's luxuries and didn't want to suffer with Earth invisibility. He had then pursued the primeval surname alliance, but he had paid a huge price. It wasn't as simple as leaving Earth invisibility, but rather betrayal. A true betrayal. Everyone who knew that his ancestor was from Earth invisibility had been silenced. More than 10 people from Earth invisibility had been killed, and that was a blood debt. Earth invisibility didn't know about his ancestor's betrayal, which had allowed his bloodline to remain stable for so many years. Wan Gong didn't plan on getting involved with Earth invisibility, but why had Lu Yin come looking for him today? How had Lu Yin discovered this? Wan Gong looked at the shirt on the table and the blood stain. Blood debt, blood debt, blood debt, blood debt, blood debt. Wan Gong's heart sank and his face paled. Lu Yin was definitely here for revenge. What was there to live a good life? What awaited him was despairing revenge. Wan Gong wasn't afraid of death, but he didn't want his son to die with him. His eldest son's premature death had left him in despair, and he couldn't allow anything to happen to his second son. He didn't doubt Lu Yin's ability. Even President Xi had personally received this person, so dealing with him would be too easy. No, he definitely couldn't allow Lu Yin to take revenge on him. That was his ancestor's debt, so why should he pay for it? Wan Gong immediately walked out. He couldn't let a tragedy happen again. Not long after Lu Yin returned to his residence, Wan Gong arrived. He found it strange, especially since Wan Gong's face looked as if his son had died. Wan Gong immediately knelt down. Alliance Master Lu, I beg you to let my son go. I'll do anything you want. Please, I'll pay for what you owe me. Lu Yin was stunned, but then his eyes flickered. He grunted and casually sat down. How? When Wan Gong heard Lu Yin's words, he was certain that Lu Yin was here for revenge. I will repay the lives that my ancestors owed to Earth Hidden. Our family has been rooted in Aurora Stronghold for many years and we've gained their trust. I've also participated in the core research of Aurora Spaceship Company, so all I can do is take control. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. I'll tell you everything I know about the Aurora Stronghold, and I'll tell you everything I know. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Core technology? What technology? Wan Gong hesitated for a moment. Lu Yin snorted coldly. Wan Gong's heart sank and his gaze hardened. Microarray technology. Lu Yin didn't understand. Explain in detail. Wan Gong exhaled, as there was nothing he wanted to hide now that he had mentioned microarray technology. Ever since the Aurora Corporation was established, 1/10 of its annual profits disappeared without exception. It was a huge expenditure and many people were curious as to where it went, but no one knew. That was until one day when my skills and background were recognized, and I was allowed to participate in a research project called microarray technology. That sum of money was invested in this project. Lu Yin was shocked. The Aurora Corporation's annual profits were enormous, and it wasn't any less than the Great Eastern Alliance's. How much resources would 1/10 of the Aurora Corporation's profits be? It was simply unimaginable. Microarray technology takes everything that can be seen in the universe, including objects, life forms, and even attacks. Everything tangible and intangible can be stored into a small device that can be activated by anyone. This is the core and goal of microarray technology. It sounds similar to cosmic rings, but cosmic rings can only store objects and not life forms or attacks. Microarrays, on the other hand, can do that. No matter how incredible the idea is, the Aurora Corporation has always believed that it can succeed, and they've invested a huge amount of money into it. Now that the project has reached a bottleneck, they'll continue to invest without a single cent less or even more. Lu Yin leaned forward as if he had thought of something, but he couldn't recall what it was. Continue. Wan Gong continued, microarray technology is the Aurora Corporation's core project. If it succeeds, it will change the entire human race, and it can be used in daily life and even in war. Think about it, a person's attack can be stored in a device that can be fired at any time. What would that be like? Lu Yin's mind flashed and he suddenly remembered the Splitting Skies Array. The Splitting Skies Array was a source box array that could be used at any time. Right, there were also power vessels, but those could only be created by special people. Microarray technology, on the other hand, could be used by everyone, including the average person. What would it be like for a normal person to use a Splitting Skies Array and fire it, instantly destroying a planet? Lu Yin shook his head. This technology isn't practical. I know, but the Aurora Spaceship Company is certain it can be done. The microarmor and the energy vortex decomposer are all derived from this technology. The Aurora Spaceship Company makes money by manufacturing spaceships, but in essence, they're investing in researching this technology. Over the years, countless geniuses have been brought to the Aurora Stronghold and invested in this research. Those people died of old age and couldn't leave the Aurora Stronghold, and I'm no different, Wan Gong said. Lu Yin took out the Splitting Skies Array and tossed it to Wan Gong. Take a look at this. Back when he had used the Heaven-Splitting Formation's 4 moves, he hadn't thrown it away. Wan Gong took the Splitting Skies Array and took a closer look. His expression changed and he looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. Alliance leader Lu, where did you get this? Is it useful? Lu Yin was interested. Wan Gong was excited. Yes, it's very useful. This is basically a model for microarray technology, and it might even lead to a breakthrough. End of chapter. Chapter 1579. Lu Yin fell into deep thought, as this was not a model, but rather a true copy of the 4 forms of Split the Heavens. However, it also contained a source box array. There should be an origin array master among the researchers of microarray technology. Wan Gong replied, there's a powerful Juan array master. Lu Yin exhaled as this made sense. This technique had to be used in conjunction with a source box array. The Aurora Corporation was really willing to invest heavily in this project. Forget about Realm Force Array Masters, even an Origin Array Master was not something that just any organization could possess. Even the White Dragon Clan, one of the 4 scales of the Cosmic Tree, could not produce an Origin Array Master and could only hire them. There were even Array Masters in real yuan, which was something that Lu Yin could not afford to invest in. Wan Gong excitedly studied the Heaven-Splitting Formation, as if this was the first time he had seen the materials that Lu Yin had brought over. He went crazy. This was the nature of a technician and nothing could change that. With this, will there be any progress in microarray research? Lu Yin asked. Wan Gong subconsciously replied, Of course there definitely is. He then looked at Lu Yin longingly, not even willing to let go of the heaven-splitting array. You've forgotten why you're here. We still haven't settled our debts, Lu Yin said. Anyone who knew about microarray technology was passionate about it. Even if they didn't believe the technology could be realized, the Aurora Corporation had invested so much money into it, so they would pour all their passion into it. Because of the splitting heavens array, Wan Gong had forgotten his purpose for coming here. Lu Yin's reminder caused his entire body to turn cold. Lu Yin smiled and waved his hand, causing the splitting heaven array to disappear from Wan Gong's hand. Wan Gong was reluctant, but he still looked at Lu Yin with pleading eyes. With your status, no one is keeping an eye on you? Wan Gong replied, yes, I have a way to get rid of them. Lu Yin nodded. I'm looking for you because of the debt from back then. It's time for you to pay it back. Wan Gong's face was pale. Alliance leader Lu, I'll pay you back. Let my son go. Let him go. Lu Yin looked at Wan Gong. With this splitting heaven array, how long will it take to realize microarray technology? Wan Gong replied, based on my understanding, I can break through within 10 years, but I've been away from this project for a long time, so I'm not sure about the progress. Based on my understanding of this project, it should take around 10 years. 10 years was too long, but it was worth it when compared to microarray technology. Lu Yin looked forward to the day when he could incorporate all sorts of attacks into his microarrays, allowing each soldier to use one. What would it be like if hundreds of thousands of soldiers simultaneously unleashed an envoy-level attack? Let alone the sixth mainland, even the starry sky trees and the Eternals would be dumbfounded. As he thought about it, he tossed the splitting the heavens formation to Wan Gong. I'll give you a chance. Stay here and research the microarray technology. Once you succeed, hand over the complete technology to me and you won't have to pay back your debt. Wan Gong was overjoyed. Really? Lu Yin nodded. This person was a technical genius, but he didn't understand the changes microarray technology would bring to the universe in the future. Or rather, he didn't see the big picture. The Aurora Corporation was different. They had invested an unimaginable amount of money since their establishment. They could see the big picture, but they didn't have the technology. What he was most curious about now was how the cold Immortal sect made the heaven-splitting array. Was the heaven-splitting array something they researched, or was it something they already had? If it was something they researched, it meant that they had mastered the microarray technology. This wasn't good news. What was he planning to do if he didn't use the microarray technology against the Eternals? You may return. Remember, if Fort Aurora acquires any important skills, let me know, Lu Yin said. This meant that Wan Gong had become a traitor to Fort Aurora. His ancestor had betrayed Hidden Earth and joined Fort Aurora. Now he was going to betray Fort Aurora and join Lu Yin's faction. He had to pay back his debt. Wan Gong sighed, stood up and slowly left. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something and said to Lu Yin, the Aurora Corporation might be related to the Sirius sect. Lu Yin was stunned. What did you say? Revealing the microarray technology meant that Wan Gong had completely betrayed the Aurora Corporation. He couldn't turn back, and his change in stance made him more inclined towards Lu Yin. I once used the technology to detect that more than one person in Aurora Corporation is using the Sirius arts. Although I can't see how the Sirius arts are used, the technology was able to detect it. However, I'm not completely sure. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The Aurora Corporation and the Sirius sect shouldn't be related at all. I understand. 2 days later, the miniature armor was completed and Lu Yin took it and touched it. Microarmor was not so much battle armor as it was clothing. It was a very thin piece of clothing, similar to the Cloud Lair garment. However, the Cloud Lair garment relied on its material and source box arrays, while microarmor only relied on material. Its defensive capabilities were far inferior to the Cloud Lair garments, but that was only for now. Across from him, President Xi sighed in admiration. With so many rare materials and the Aurora Fort's technology, this miniature armor's defense can reach a power level of more than 400,000. It's already very close to an envoy's power level. Unfortunately, it still hasn't broken through. Lu Yin smiled. That's enough. Thank you, President Xi. Lu Yin's group watched the Aurora Fort gradually disappear as they headed towards the Sirius sect. Lu Yin's original destination had been the Sirius sect, and he wanted to study the Sirius technique. Wan Gong's words had also made him want to investigate them. For a long time, the Sirius sect was located in the Western Realm, while the Aurora Corporation was located in the Northern Realm. The two were unrelated and Lu Yin had never heard of any connection between them. However, if Wan Gong's investigation was correct, then the Sirius sect and the Aurora Corporation were related, which meant that the union of these two behemoths would change the entire structure of the Neoverse. The possibility was not high, or else the Hall of Honor would not have noticed it for so many years. "Mr. Lu, there's something strange up ahead," Ada's voice rang out. Lu Yin was tasting the fine wine that President Xi had given him with Luotian, and he hurriedly walked out when he heard the voice. There was an astral city in front of the spacecraft. There were many astral cities in the Neoverse, such as the Great Red Star and Wangxi City that Lu Yin had visited before. However, the astral city in front of them was actually cracking apart. "Let's go take a look," Lu Yin said. There were many people living in the astral city, and it would be difficult for them to survive if it was destroyed. Possible Lu Yin wanted to help. The spacecraft appeared above the astral city and Lu Yin and the rest looked down. Two groups of people were fighting fiercely within the city, and it was their battle that had caused the city to collapse. Countless people were fleeing in despair and many nearby spacecraft could not even start. Lu Yin's gaze trembled as both groups were using the Aeon evolution scripture. "They're from the home of the gods and the other group is one of the Cosmic Sea's 4 tyrants, the Mastiff Society," Ada said. The Mastiff Society was the main culprit behind the death of 72 people. Even though Lu Yin had killed Fu He during the Sovereign Tournament, Fu He had been ordered to do so by the Mastiff Society. "Mr. Lu Yi, please suppress them," Lu Yin said. There was a source box array inside Lu Ye's body. As long as Lu Yin wanted to, he could kill them at any time. Ever since they had followed Lu Yin, he had never ordered them to do anything. Sister Feihua had not been polite to Lu Yin and he had not minded. However, this was the first time he had asked them to do something. Sister Feihua wanted to say something, but Mr. Lu Yi stopped her and shook his head. They had interacted with Lu Yin for the past few days, and they had seen through the network and had a better understanding of Lu Yin. They knew his temper and if they dared to contradict him now, Lu Yin would not hesitate to destroy them. The two groups of people fighting in the city were mostly explorers, with a few enlighters and 2 envoys. It was precisely because of these 2 envoys that Astral City was on the brink of destruction. "Get lost. You ants only know how to sit in the Neoverse. One day our Mastiff Society will take over your home of the gods and enslave you trash." A man laughed maniacally and raised his hand, causing an arc to appear in front of him. Opposite him, the old turtle from the home of the gods, who was dressed in luxurious robes, shouted, "Impudent." He attacked as he spoke. Both sides cancelled out each other's rune lines, but they also used their rune lines to attack each other. They would occasionally disappear into the astral source universe, and the destructive power of their attacks caused the city to rapidly collapse. They did not care about the destruction of Astral City at all. The other cultivators who were fighting did the same, and the cultivators who were originally in Astral City did not dare to interfere. This was a competition between giants. Suddenly, a terrifying aura swept past, and the 2 envoys who had entered the astral source universe were jolted out. They looked up in shock and saw Mr. Lu Yi standing high up in the sky. The city regained its calm, and there was a loud explosion as flames soared into the sky. Some people looked up in despair as they had thought that they would definitely die. Beneath their feet was an invisible space. Both sides stopped fighting and looked at Mr. Lu Yi. The old woman spoke up. "I wonder which senior has descended, but please assist our home of the gods in destroying the traitors of the Mastiff Society." The man from the Mastiff Society spoke up as well. "I didn't know that senior was passing by, so I apologize for disturbing you. When you visit the Cosmic Sea in the future, the Mastiff Society will definitely welcome you with open arms." Everyone looked at Mr. Lu Yi waiting for him to speak. Mr. Lu Yi did not move, and the void beside him distorted as Lu Yin appeared and looked down at both sides. "Lu Yin." Someone recognized him and cried out. The others stared at Lu Yin. "That's right, it's the champion of the Sovereign Tournament, the only prime. It's Lu Yin." Within the city, the old woman was delighted. The home of the gods was not popular and not many people liked it. However, Lu Yin was familiar with Tai Yishan and could be considered half a friend. More importantly, Lu Yin had killed Jin He during the Sovereign Tournament, who was the most outstanding successor of the Mastiff Society and had even been ranked among the 10 arbiters of the Innerverse. Lu Yin and the Mastiff Society were enemies. When he saw Lu Yin appear, the man from the Mastiff Society did not hesitate to flee into the Astral Source universe. However, he had only taken a few steps when a willow leaf appeared in front of him. No matter how the man attacked, he could not break through the leaf. Mr. Lu Yi was astonished. This person was only at the first tribulation and it seemed like he had just broken through. How was he able to weaken his attacks? The man was clearly at the third tribulation, but the strength that Lu Yi had displayed was only at the second tribulation. No matter how hard he tried, he could not increase his strength. The man gritted his teeth and looked at Lu Yin. "Alliance Master Lu, what do you want? What's going on?" "His methods are very strange," Mr. Lu Yi asked in a low voice as he looked at Lu Yin curiously. Lu Yin smiled. "Have you heard of the rune progenitor?" Chapter 1580. Mr. Lu Yi was confused. "What's the rune progenitor?" Lu Yin's eyes flickered as it seemed that the cosmic tree did not know much about the rune progenitor. The rune progenitor created rune technology which can create something out of nothing and weaken enemies. It's a very mysterious civilization and it uses the rune progenitor's offensive techniques. You can treat them as battle techniques. Lu Yin then looked at the man. "Who was the one who gave the order for Coquettish to banish Big Sister's mercenary group?" The man answered, "Coquettish acted on her own initiative. Heizage Leon also asked us about it, but it wasn't our group's doing." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "Listen to my question carefully. I'm asking who gave the order for Coquettish to banish Big Sister's mercenary group." The man clenched his fists. He had come to the Neoverse to recruit experts to join his group. The previous incident had caused Leon's armada to go to war with his group, and the group had suffered heavy losses. Over the past 2 years, Leon's armada had mainly focused on the Great Eastern Alliance, which had allowed the group to take a breather. They had wanted to strengthen themselves as much as possible, but they had been unlucky and had been discovered by someone from the home of the gods. Today he had bumped into Lu Yin again. "Alliance Master Lu, I've already said that the incident was entirely Coquettish's doing. It has nothing to do with my group," the man said. Lu Yin frowned. "Mr. Lu Yi, please deal with him. You can feel what a mysterious technique is." Mr. Lu Ye's eyes lit up. "Thank you." Below them, the man charged into the Astral Source universe again. Mr. Lu Yi sneered. Even if his strength had been weakened, he still possessed strength that surpassed this person's. He wanted to see what mysterious technique this person had. Could a mere wasteland have a technique that could surpass the cosmic trees? With Mr. Lu Ye's help, that person would not be a problem. The rest of the group was terrified. Lu Yin ignored them and landed in the city. The old woman from the home of the gods walked over. "Thank you for your help, Alliance Master Lu." On the other side, an old man arrived. He was an enlighter with a power level of 300,000 and he bowed to Lu Yin. "Thank you, Alliance Leader Lu, for saving this city. I thank you on behalf of the citizens." Lu Yin ignored the old woman and helped the old man up. "You're welcome. Go to your work. The city has been destroyed, so it'll take some time to clean it up." The old man thanked Lu Yin once again and he quickly left. The old woman's expression turned ugly. Lu Yin had just ignored her and paid attention to an ant. He looked at the old woman. "I'm not helping you. Besides, you're not worth my help." The old woman's gaze turned cold. "Alliance Lord Lu, do you not accept the friendship of the home of the gods? You don't represent the home of the gods. In that case, I'll take my leave. I'll take the rest of the Pyrolite regiment with me. Alliance Master Lu, you don't have any objections, right?" She did not ask Lu Yin to hand over the Pyrolite regiment's emissary to her. He was not stupid. Back when the mountain and sea realm had fought over the Star Tower, Lu Yin had not given the home of the gods any face. Aside from his relationship with Tai Yixing, Lu Yin and the home of the gods could only be considered not enemies but not friends. "As you wish." Lu Yin watched the old woman leave and then looked into the distance. Not long after, the man from the Nightmare Regiment was caught by Mr. Lu Yi. He was heavily injured and thrown in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin squatted down and looked at him. "Same question. Who is it?" The man's face was ashen and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. There was a huge wound on his abdomen and he stared at Lu Yin savagely. It was Long He herself. "It has nothing to do with the Pyrolite regiment." Lu Yin frowned and disappeared. Destroy. Not long after, the spacecraft continued towards the Sirius sect. There were many places in the Neoverse that Lu Yin wanted to visit. He wanted to go to the Sirius sect to learn the Sirius art. He also wanted to visit the Mavis clan to see how much money they had and whether they could share it with him. He also wanted to go to the Seven Courts to see if there were any records of the progenitor realm. He also wanted to go to the home of the gods to see if he could break through the Aeon Evolution True Scripture. However, he did not have the time at the moment as he had too many things to do. He did not desire the Aeon Evolution True Scripture as much as he had in the past. After all, it had too many restrictions and could not be used in many places. If he could use it in the Astral Tree realm, then he would have gone to the home of the gods long ago. Long he had cultivated the Aeon Evolution True Scripture to the Knower realm, and that strange method made him envious. After passing through the northern region, the Sirius sect appeared in front of everyone. Luo Xian covered her mouth and stared in shock. Seeing the Sirius sect for the first time was indeed shocking. Countless stars seemed to be held up by a palm, and that was the Sirius sect. It could be summed up in one sentence, but it was impossible to describe its stunning beauty. Mr. Lu Yi sighed in admiration. It's similar to the Wang family of the four cardinal scales, but the Wang family used a broken palm to hold up the entire family. Here the stars revolve, but they seem to be held up by an invisible hand. Sister Fei Hua nodded. I thought that the wasteland would be a cultivation desert, but it seems that it's not that bad. Mr. Lu Yi said, not only is it not bad, but it even exceeds our expectations. You haven't fought with that person from before. He was able to create something out of nothing and even weaken my attacks. It's very mysterious, and not even the Astral Tree realm has seen such a technique before. He then looked at Lu Yin. Is the symbol progenitor a progenitor from the wasteland? Lu Yin replied, something like that. An unrecognized progenitor created an unrecognized civilization. Mr. Lu Yi sighed. He created a civilization with a clear conscience. I really want to take a look at the true scripture of Aeon Flow. Lu Yin smiled. That person only cultivated the true scripture of Aeon Flow to the spiritual realm. I've seen a genius who was an enlighter who cultivated the true scripture of Aeon Flow to the knowing realm. He was able to negate the effects of certain things, which means that he could even ignore attacks that exceeded what he could withstand. He could truly ignore them. Mr. Lu Ye's eyes lit up. Where is this person? I really want to meet him. I killed him, Lu Yin said. Mr. Lu Yi choked. Fei Hua was furious. Then why are you still talking about it? Just because I killed him doesn't mean that he's not powerful, Lu Yin said. Luo Xian giggled as this was a compliment. Brother Lu was really interesting. With Lu Yin's current status, when he returned to the Sirius sect, he was welcomed by sect master Yuan Qiong. Yuan Qiong led Elder Yuan Shou, Elder Yao Shan, Elder Yuan Ku, Elder Yuan Miao, and a group of core disciples to welcome Lu Yin. When Lu Yin saw Elder Yuan Qiong and the rest, he hurriedly walked over and bowed deeply. The fifth core disciple, Lu Yin, greets the sect master and the various elders. Yuan Qiong was stunned. The person he was welcoming was the Outerverse Great Eastern Alliance's alliance master, who was also a supreme of the fifth mainland's younger generation. Only someone like that was worthy of his personal greeting, not a core disciple. Why would he need to personally welcome a core disciple? Since he was welcoming Lu Yin, it meant that the Sirius sect had recognized Lu Yin as the Alliance Master and the only Supreme. What did this mean? Alliance Master Lu, back then you only exchanged disciples with Eternal Sky Island. Your title as the fifth core disciple was already gone when you left, Elder Yao Shan said. Lu Yin sincerely replied, once a disciple of the Sirius sect, I'll always be a disciple of the Sirius sect. This disciple will never forget the teachings of the sect. In that place, this disciple regrets not being able to save eldest senior sister. Well said. With such a heart, you're a disciple of the Sirius sect, Elder Yuan Shou praised. Lu Yin bowed again. Yuan Qiong's eyes flashed. No, this isn't right. This kid's attitude is too good and he's too sincere. There must be something wrong. Even though he could not figure it out, Yuan Qiong still made a mental note. Let's not talk about this today. Alliance Master Lu, you've come from afar. Please enter the sect. Lu Yin hurriedly replied, how could I trouble the sect master to lead the way? This disciple is afraid. Elder Yao Shan's eyes suddenly flashed as if he had thought of something. Alliance Master Lu's heart is with the serious sect, and this sect is comforted. However, you must never mention my name again. You're not a true disciple of the serious sect. Elder Yuan Shou barked. Yao Shan, what are you doing? Lu Yin has treated our serious sect with sincerity, but you're rejecting him at the door. Is this the responsibility of a serious sect elder? Are you still an elder? Elder Yao Shan's expression turned ugly. Alliance Master Lu is the leader of the Great Eastern Alliance and he's the only paragon. I also want him to become a disciple of the serious sect, but he's not. Our serious sect does not want to take advantage of this. What are you talking about? Lu Yin cultivates the serious technique and he used the third method to become a true disciple. That's why he's a disciple of our serious sect. That's because he exchanged disciples with Everlasting Sky Island. The time limit has already passed. But his heart is with the serious sect. There are many people who are with the serious sect. Are they all disciples? Lu Yin pursed his lips and quietly listened to the two argue. He had considered himself a disciple because he wanted to learn the serious technique. If he was not a disciple, then why would they teach him? Enough. You're all elders, but look at yourselves. Yuan Qiong shouted angrily. Behind them Mu Xing, Hua Shao and the rest were speechless. How could this Lu Yin cause trouble the moment he arrived? He even had an innocent look on his face. Yao Ji looked at Lu Yin and his entire body itched. This bastard really deserved a beating. Yuan Ku admired Lu Yin a lot. Sect Master, it's rare for a child to be so filial and he's even thinking about the serious sect. We can't disappoint him. Yuan Qiong looked at Lu Yin. Alliance Master Lu, let's not talk about the matter of being a disciple for now. Let's first enter the sect. Lu Yin nodded. After you, Sect Master. Yuan Qiong knew that Lu Yin would not allow him to lead the way, and he also understood what this kid was trying to do. He had his eyes on the serious technique, but that would not do. The first 3 stages of the technique were fine, but the 4th stage of the technique required one to open all 36 death acupuncture points, and it could not be easily taught to an outsider. Back then, they had paid a great price to obtain the first stage of the technique in the smog-gulping mountains in order to allow that lonely little fool to become a lockbreaker. Who would have thought that the kid would fail to live up to expectations and lose the technique? Serious sect had always kept this matter in mind, and the serious technique could not be casually taught to outsiders. Who are these two? Elder Yuan Shou finally noticed Lu Yahua and Lu Yahua. Yuan Qiong and the rest had been stunned by Lu Yin's interference, so no one had noticed Lu Yahua and Lu Yahua. The serious sect was different from the Aurora Corporation as the latter was a business giant. Lu Yahua and Lu Yahua were of no use to them, so they did not care about them. The serious sect was a sect and its disciples were always outside, so they naturally wanted to make friends with experts. Yuan Qiong was rude and did not notice the two of you. Please forgive me. Yuan Qiong apologized to Lu Yahua with a solemn expression. His power level exceeded 800,000, and his cultivation surpassed Lu Yahua's, but he still treated them with respect. This was the difference between a sect and a business giant. Chapter 1581. Mr. Lu Yi smiled. Sect Master Yuan, please don't mind us. We're just Alliance Leader Lu's bodyguards. Yuan Qiong and the rest were shocked. They could sense that Lu Yefei was powerful, and she even surpassed Sirius's elders. She was second only to the Sect Master and other top powerhouses. There were actually 2 of them protecting Lu Yin. Big Sis Fei Hua was displeased. Lu Yin smiled. Mr. Lu Yi is too humble. They are my seniors and it's just a coincidence that they're traveling with me. Right, there's also this person. Sect Master and the other elders should have heard of him. He's Diqiu. The former Hall of Honors method? Yuan Shou was shocked. Elder Yao Shan looked at Diqiu in shock. You've become an envoy? Diqiu replied, I was lucky to have broken through with Mr. Lu's help. At that moment, Lu Yin's image in everyone's minds became even greater and more mysterious. He had 3 envoy-level bodyguards by his side. Who else in the 5th mainland could do such a thing? Even the Shangqing, who had been groomed by the Hall of Honor, could not reach such a level. Right, the Shangqing had been defeated by Lu Yin. Yuan Qiong looked at Lu Yin deeply. He knew a few things, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that Lu Yin was very likely to be a future progenitor of the 5th mainland. Even though Elder Gong had not explicitly stated it, this kid might have succeeded in that place. If that was the case, then even a nominal disciple would be acceptable. A future progenitor was worth the Sirius sect's sacrifice. His thoughts changed. Within Sirius main hall, Lu Yin refused to sit in the guest seat no matter what, and Yuan Qiong did not stop him. Instead, he allowed him to sit in the disciple's seat. Elder Yuan Shou and the rest were seated while Lu Yefei was invited to the guest seat. Luotian sat with Lu Yin and Deqiu was second only to Lu Yefei. Mu Xing and the rest had no seats, so they could only stand and watch. Lu Yin's main goal in coming to the Sirius sect was to learn the serious arts, but he did not know how to bring it up, especially with Elder Yao Shan present. This person had always been hostile to Lu Yin, and as long as Lu Yin asked, he would definitely be obstructed. Besides, Elder Yuan Shou and the rest valued him, but they might not be willing to pass on the serious arts to an outsider. Left with no choice, Lu Yin could only exchange pleasantries with Yuan Qiong and the others. It really did seem like he was visiting Sirius. Half a day later, Lu Yin stood up. This disciple has seen Elder Gong before, and I'm here to pay my respects to Elder Gong. I hope that Sect Master will allow me to do so. You've seen Elder Gong? Yuan Shou was astonished. He had never seen him before. The Patriarch of Sirius was one of the 7 half-ancestors and had an extremely high seniority. When Yuan Shou had just stepped onto the path of cultivation, the Patriarch was already a half-ancestor. Not only Yuan Shou, few people present had seen Elder Gong before. Lu Yin replied, I have indeed met him once. Yuan Qiong's eyes twinkled. He was sure that Lu Yin had returned from that place. Elder Gong had been there for a while and had only returned recently. Lu Yin had definitely gone there even if he didn't know how. I'll immediately report this to Elder Gong. Thank you, Sect Master, Lu Yin said. He really did pay his respects to Elder Gong and then went to find Yuan Qiong alone to find a way to learn the serious technique. After cultivating for so long, Lu Yin had discovered a pattern. The older the senior, the more ordinary the residence they lived in. Elder Gong was the same. He lived on a very ordinary planet near the Sirius sect, but the environment was very beautiful. There were no cultivators on this planet, only ordinary people. At most, these ordinary people had practiced some battle techniques that strengthened their bodies, and they had formed a mortal kingdom of conquest that reminded Lu Yin of star picking. When Lu Yin set foot on that planet, he saw 2 large empires fighting. Millions of ordinary people were slaughtering each other on the battlefield. Although it wasn't as grand as the intense battle between cultivators, the ordinary people's battles were just as hot-blooded. Every blade was bone-piercing and blood flowed like rivers. Killing intent filled the air, and some ordinary people's heroic spirit was something that cultivators could not achieve. Elder Gong sat outside the battlefield and watched quietly. He looked like he was about to die of old age at any moment. Of all the half-ancestors that Lu Yin had seen, he was the oldest one. Disciple Lu Yin greets Elder Gong. Lu Yin walked up behind Elder Gong and bowed. Elder Gong's body twitched. Disciple. Lu Yin replied respectfully. This disciple represented Everlasting Sky Island in the Sirius sect for an exchange and was promoted to the 5th disciple. Oh yes, that seems to be the case, Elder Gong said, and then he stopped talking and quietly watched the battlefield. Lu Yin blinked. Elder, what are you looking at? Elder Gong replied in a hoarse voice, a general. A general? Lu Yin was curious and looked at the battlefield. Although there were millions of soldiers fighting each other, it was still easy to find someone with a general's status. His attire was too conspicuous. The general that Elder Gong was referring to was an old man dressed in black armor who wielded a halberd and charged into the battlefield. This planet restricts cultivation methods, so ordinary people will always be ordinary people. No matter how much they train their bodies, they won't be much stronger than others, especially on the battlefield. That general has already killed 1,000 people, Elder Gong said calmly. Lu Yin was shocked as he looked at the old general on the battlefield. This was an amazing achievement as it was equivalent to killing 1,000 people who were about the same level as him. Furthermore, this was on the battlefield where one could easily die if they weren't careful. I've stopped him from cultivating 3 times, but on this battlefield he comprehended a heroic spirit similar to battle force. He's fearless and it's unique, Elder Gong continued. Lu Yin was puzzled. If that's the case, then this person should be extremely talented. Why didn't you bring him into the sect? He rejected me, Elder Gong replied. Lu Yin was stunned. He said that 100 years is enough for a person's life. In this short 100 years he left behind a glorious record in history. From birth to death, no matter how long one lives, it's just a process. Even if a cultivator lives for 10,000 years, they will still turn to dust, but his name will remain forever, Elder Gong explained. Lu Yin frowned and looked at the old general. Everyone had their own goals, and this person wanted to leave his name in history. However, some people just wanted to live longer. Kid, what's the purpose of your cultivation? Elder Gong asked. Lu Yin thought about it and then smiled. I also want to leave my name in history, but what I want to leave behind is not the history of this planet, but the history of the entire universe. Elder Gong smiled faintly. This is the height. Do you think that general can see this height? Lu Yin answered without hesitation, yes. Elder Gong nodded. His wife is dead and he wants to accompany her. Not only does he want to leave behind a legacy, but he also wants to quickly accompany his late wife. The only way for him to die on this battlefield is to kill. He has chosen the path that he wants the most, but it may not be the right path. Elder Gong then fell silent and did not say anything else. Lu Yin bowed deeply. Elder, this disciple will take his leave. He then slowly left the planet. Walking the path that he wanted to walk might not be the right path? Lu Yin thought about the astral tree and the shaman spirit god scheme. This might not be the right path for humans, but it was what he wanted. In that case he would continue walking down this path just like that old general. After leaving Elder Gong's planet, Lu Yin went to visit Sect Master Yuan Qiong alone. This disciple wishes to learn the 4th level of the serious technique, and I hope that Sect Master will grant me permission, Lu Yin said respectfully. Yuan Qiong looked at him. Is this why you consider yourself a disciple? Lu Yin replied, one of the reasons. The other reason is that once I enter the serious sect, I am a disciple of the serious sect. I will never forget this identity. Yuan Qiong looked at Lu Yin deeply. You went to that region of space, didn't you? Lu Yin nodded. Many people knew about this, but of course, it was limited to people at Yuan Qiong's level. People like Elder Yuan Shou definitely did not know about this. You succeeded? Yuan Qiong stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled. This disciple will definitely become a progenitor in the future. Yuan Qiong's eyes flashed. Did you know that Senior Lingji Mavis, who died a while ago, also succeeded in that starry sky? Or rather, Elder Chan, Elder Gong, and the other half-ancestors also succeeded. Even if they failed, they still obtained what they needed. No matter what the reason is, you and the others were on the same starting line. Senior Lingji Mavis died of tribulation, so what makes you think that you will definitely become a half-ancestor? Lu Yin was shocked. Only now did he know that Elder Chan and the others also had an origin item. Yuan Qiong's words meant that some of them had gone to the astral tree and succeeded in bringing back an origin item, while others had failed. However, there were still origin items and those who had failed could still obtain more. Could it be that the origin item belonged to this region of space? This was truly unexpected. Elder Chan and the others had gone to the astral tree, but they had not encountered the 4 cardinal scales, but rather the Lu family. The Lu family was much more powerful than the 4 cardinal scales, so they must have been lucky to have succeeded there. This disciple has been cultivating for nearly 16 years. Sect Master, who else has been able to reach my level of strength in 16 years? This disciple can defeat an emissary, Lu Yin answered seriously. His voice was sonorous and his gaze resolute. Yuan Qiong sighed. Not bad. Even Progenitor Qin and the others might not have been able to reach your current level at your age. After a moment of silence, Yuan Qiong asked, how did you learn about the Greater Transfer Array? Back during the Sovereign Tournament, when he had revealed the array during his battle with the Prime Clear, he had considered this question. I learned it from Qin Fu. Yuan Qiong was not surprised. The Great Red Star? Lu Yin replied, yes. This disciple discovered that the Great Red Star's city lord, Shangju, killed Qin Fu and coveted the Greater Transfer Array. This disciple secretly stole it. Yuan Qiong laughed. No wonder you couldn't find the array. You don't even know where Shangju is. They had already guessed this answer, and it was not Lu Yin's fault. No matter who it was, as long as they could take something away, they would not voluntarily hand it over. This was cultivation. It was a struggle against the heavens, and one could be unscrupulous. The only difference was whether or not one could maintain one's bottom line. No one's path of cultivation was smooth, And no one dared to say that they had not made a single mistake on their path of cultivation. The simplest path of cultivation was to see who was stronger. If Lu Yin had been discovered stealing the greater transfer array, he would have been punished. But now who could punish him? If Lu Yin had not taken the initiative to come to the serious sect, then even the serious sect would not have been able to force him to answer for this matter. Chapter 1582. Yuan Qiong only wanted an answer. You didn't lie to me. Not bad. Lu Yin replied, when I saw the array I was confident that I could learn it, which is why I... Yuan Qiong waved a hand. Don't mention it again. Then can I learn the serious technique? Yuan Qiong replied, if you want to learn the serious technique, you have to be a disciple of the serious sect. He then added, even if you're an exchange disciple. His body then vanished. Lu Yin was stunned and then he was delighted. He understood and immediately contacted Xing Wudi. Powerless Saint's gadget beeped. Who is it? Senior, it's me, Lu Yin. Powerless Saint was astonished. He came back alive? Didn't the sage tell you? I wasn't at Eternal Sky Island. Where did you go? The astral tree. Powerless Saint was silent for a moment. You left early? Yes. Did you succeed? Yes. Amazing. Senior, I'm currently at the serious sect and would like to learn the serious technique. Can you ask the sage to give me another exchange disciple slot? It's a small matter. Many people from the serious sect have come to Eternal Sky Island. We can give you as many exchange spots as you want. Thank you, Senior. You're welcome. You can learn freely in the serious sect. If anyone dares to bully you, just look for me. With just a few words, Lu Yin quickly became a disciple of the serious sect. When Elder Yao Shan found out about this, he was furious. What does Eternal Sky Island think of the serious sect? Lu Yin isn't even a disciple of Eternal Sky Island. Why should they exchange him? Elder Yuan Shou replied, this isn't right. Does Lu Yin have any thoughts about this? Elder Yao Shan scolded, that brat wants to learn the serious technique and you only just realized? Elder Yuan Shou coughed awkwardly. Yuan Qiong said, all right, since he's already a disciple of Sirius, there's no reason to stop him. Sect leader, the serious technique cannot be taught to outsiders. There was also a time limit when we agreed to exchange disciples with the Long Sky Island. Within the time limit, those disciples could only learn the first 3 levels at most. No one has ever learned the 4th level of the serious technique, Elder Yao Shan said anxiously. Elder Yuan Shou didn't help Lu Yin either. Serious contributions were too great, and it was the foundation of the serious sect. Nothing could go wrong. Yuan Qiong said, I've already made up my mind. Do you want the serious sect to go back on its word? How will the disciples of the serious sect face Long Sky Island in the future? But... Elder Yao Shan still wanted to say something, but Yuan Qiong stopped him. Change the conditions for the exchange of disciples. Every disciple can only be exchanged once. This will prevent this from happening again. Yao Shan, you will negotiate with Long Sky Island. Elder Yao Shan was helpless, as this was indeed the first time something like this had happened. Who would have thought that it would happen to Lu Yin, who he disliked the most? It was hard for him to accept that Lu Yin had to learn the 4th level of the serious technique. Yuan Qiong replied, how can the 4th level of the serious technique be so easy to learn? Let's not even talk about opening the 36 death acupuncture points. Even if he starts cultivating, how many stars will he be able to revolve within the serious jade disc? He won't be able to stay in the serious sect for long. These words made Elder Yao Shan feel much better. Yuan Shou personally opened the 36 death acupuncture points for Lu Yin, Yuan Qiong said. Elder Yao Shan looked at Elder Yuan Shou. How long will it take to open the death acupuncture points? Yuan Shou. The elder replied, 1 day is enough. Lu Yin has reached the Enlighter realm and his meridians have stabilized. Elder Yao Shan gritted his teeth. 1 day isn't enough. 1 month. Yuan Shou was stunned, as that was too long. Yuan Qiong shook his head and ignored the elder. He was willing to allow Lu Yin to learn the serious technique because of the youth's potential. If Lu Yin succeeded, then it was indeed possible for him to become a progenitor in the future. Yuan Qiong wanted to do Lu Yin a favor first, but whether or not he could learn the technique was up to him. In the end, Elder Yao Shan and Elder Yuan Shou came to an agreement. They would try their best to buy as much time as possible so that Lu Yin could spend less time cultivating in the serious sect. Once he left the sect, his progress in cultivating the serious technique would definitely slow down. From what they knew, the 4th level of the serious technique would be enough for Lu Yin to cultivate for a long time. The 3rd level of the serious technique required 726 stars to revolve, while the 4th level required 3,600 stars. They were not on the same order of magnitude. Within Xianxia's astral hall, Elder Yuanshou looked at Lu Yin. You've always wanted to learn the serious sex techniques, which is why you consider yourself a disciple, right? Lu Yin seriously replied, as a disciple of the serious sect, isn't it normal for me to learn the sex techniques? Elder Yuanshou wanted to retort, but when he saw Lu Yin's sincere expression, he recalled how this youth's worship had attracted Elder Zhou Xian's attention. This youth's temperament should be genuine, so he nodded. That's right. You should have heard that the 4th level of the serious technique requires you to open 36 death acupuncture points. It's a rather long process, so you should be mentally prepared. Lu Yin was astonished. Mu Ziying said that it would take a few days at most. That's because his cultivation is weak. You're an enlighter now and your meridians are tough. It won't be that easy to open them. Lu Yin thought about it and felt that it made sense. He then respectfully said, I'll have to trouble you, Elder. Please help me. Elder Yuanshou grunted in acknowledgement, and when he saw Lu Yin close his eyes, he raised a hand. Lu Yin's body floated into the air as a strand of astral source entered his palm, causing him to feel pain as the 36 death acupuncture points began to open. Lu Yin had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The serious technique was the first technique that he had cultivated on his path of cultivation, and it had helped him greatly. He had learned the serious technique not only because it was powerful, but also because he wanted to fulfill his own wishes. He still remembered the excitement he had felt when he had first obtained the 1st level of the serious technique, and now he was finally going to learn the next level of the serious technique. The 36 death acupuncture points began to open from the 4 limbs. It took Lu Yin nearly 10 hours to open the one on his right palm, which meant that it would take him exactly half a month to open all 36 death acupuncture points. Elder Yuanshou had been stuck for half a month. After opening the death acupuncture points in both hands, he raised his hand and sent the astral source into the soles of Lu Yin's feet, shattering them. As the astral source entered the death acupuncture points, a pattern appeared on the soles of Lu Yin's feet. The moment the pattern appeared, Qin Xing shuddered slightly, and another person appeared in the astral hall. It was a shocked youth. Elder Yuanshou was shocked, and he stared at the pattern on the soles of Lu Yin's feet. He had even forgotten to open his death acupuncture points, and it was as if he had seen a ghost. Why was this pattern on the soles of his feet? Move aside. The youth pushed Elder Yuanshou to the side and took his place in opening Lu Yin's death acupuncture points. In less than an hour, all 36 of Lu Yin's death acupuncture points had been opened. He opened his eyes and felt the star energy flow in his body become smoother, especially when he activated the serious technique. Lu Yin, the youth said, looking at Lu Yin. Lu Yin landed on the ground and looked at the youth in confusion. Who is this? He then looked at Elder Yuanshou with a confused expression. Elder Yuanshou had a strange expression as if he had 1,000 things to say. This is Elder Zhou Xian from the serious sect. Elder Zhou Xian? Lu Yin was shocked. That was an old freak second only to a half-ancestor. Disciple Lu Yin greets Elder Zhou Xian. The youth stared at Lu Yin with a sinister gaze. How do you explain the pattern on the soles of your feet? Lu Yin was confused. What pattern on the soles of my feet? Elder Zhou Xian's eyes narrowed as he stared into Lu Yin's eyes. Elder Yuanshou said, I'm under your feet. But before he could finish, Elder Zhou Xian raised a hand to stop him. Elder Gong walked out of the void, no longer looking like he was about to die of old age. Although he had been through a lot, he was still full of vigor. Lu Yin felt that something was off. Even Elder Gong had been alerted, so why was there a pattern on the soles of his feet? Why didn't he know about it? That shouldn't be the case. Cultivators had a clear understanding of their own bodies, so how could they not see a pattern? Elder Gong didn't say a word. He drew in the air, drawing the image of a person. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed when he saw the image. Why was it him again? It looks like you know him, Elder Zhou Xian said as he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's mouth went dry. This disciple knows him. He was the one who saved this disciple on Drift Charge Planet in the Outerverse. Otherwise, this disciple would already be dead. Where is he? Where is he? Elder Zhou Xian barked. Lu Yin replied, he's dead. Impossible. Elder Zhou Xian couldn't believe it. How could that old man die so easily? Elder Gong asked, what did he say to you? Lu Yin carefully recalled what he said. Back then, this senior planted a hidden energy in this disciple's body and told me to come to the Neoverse to find someone. However, he changed his mind for some reason and that's all. What about the pattern on the soles of your feet? Elder Zhou Xian asked anxiously. Lu Yin shook his head. I don't know what the pattern is. If Elder Yuan Shou hadn't helped me open my death acupuncture point, I wouldn't even have known that there was a pattern on the soles of my feet. Elder Zhou Xian looked at Elder Gong. What's your choice? Elder Gong looked at Lu Yin. This old man told you to come to the Neoverse to find someone. Did he say anything else? He told me to bring some things to the person I was looking for, but he didn't mention anything after that. Lu Yin tried to recall what had happened. He was starting to feel that this elder from Drift Charge Planet was not simple. Kuei Luo from the Astral Tree Domain had been looking for him, and the Fifth Mainland Sirius sect had been looking for him as well. Who exactly was he? Elder Gong clasped his hands behind his back and slowly spoke, recounting a story that only a few people knew about. Many years ago, a very ordinary Enlighter cultivator brought a child to the Sirius sect to seek refuge and become an outer sect deacon. The Enlighter was rather old and he was very kind. Although his position in the sect wasn't high, he lived a carefree life. The child gradually reached the age of cultivation, but because of his mediocre aptitude he was unable to cultivate the Sirius technique no matter what. The child had a stubborn personality and he wholeheartedly wanted to cultivate the Sirius technique. He didn't care about other techniques or battle techniques, and he was ridiculed by the sect's disciples. In a fit of anger, the Enlighter sneaked into the Sirius Jade Annulus and stole our sect's most valuable treasure. However, I discovered him and it was at that moment that I found out. Elder Gong's eyes were filled with amazement. He was a half-progenitor, and one who had been heavily injured and was unable to recover from his injuries. Lu Yin's gaze turned solemn. Where had an unfamiliar half-progenitor come from? This was the Fifth Mainland, not the Astral Tree Domain, and there weren't that many half-progenitors here. A half-progenitor was hiding in our Sirius sect and stole our sect's most valuable treasure. How could we allow him to leave unscathed? However, this half-progenitor was very powerful, and even though he was heavily injured, I wasn't able to stop him and allowed him to escape the Neoverse. Even so, his injuries were even more severe, and I'm sure that he won't be able to live for much longer. What's even more tragic is that the shockwaves from the battle back then might have affected that child as well. Lu Yin thought back to Drift Charge Planet, where the elder had wept at his grave and said that he was his grandson. That grandson must have been that child. Chapter 1583. This matter has nothing to do with right or wrong. For the sake of his own grandson, he stole the cosmic sect's most precious treasure in order to let that child cultivate the cosmic art. However, the child's death was the result, and the whereabouts of the cosmic sect's most precious treasure have been unknown ever since. At this point, Elder Gong looked at Lu Yin. The most precious treasure is the pattern beneath your feet. Lu Yin didn't understand. How can a diagram be a valuable treasure? Elder Zhou Xian answered, no one in Sirius has ever been able to cultivate the Sirius art to the highest level. The highest level of Sirius art must be compatible with this diagram, and that is Progenitor Chen's realm. Lu Yin was shocked and looked at the bottom of his feet. Was he stepping on the highest level of Sirius art? Elder Gong explained, this diagram not only represents the highest level of Sirius art, but it also hides Progenitor Chen's secret. Because of this, that person was certain that this diagram could help the child cultivate the Sirius art. Lu Yin finally understood why the diagram's appearance had attracted Elder Gong and the others. Elder, this disciple really didn't know the importance of this diagram. How about you take it away? Elder Zhou Xian was annoyed. How can it be considered a treasure if it's taken away so easily? Elder Gong was helpless. We don't know how that old man took it away from the Sirius Jade Disc, and it's the same now. The diagram has been carved into the bottom of your feet, and it will only appear after you open your death acupuncture point. We don't know how to get it back. Cut off your leg, Elder Zhou Xian said directly. Lu Yin's mouth twitched. Elder Gong shook his head. If it's that easy, then it won't be Progenitor Chen's secret anymore. Elder Zhou Xian stared at Lu Yin with a murderous look. Kid, I admire you. When you left your name in the Starry Hall, I even showed up. Unfortunately, you have Sirius's most valuable treasure, so don't even think about leaving. Stay in the sect for the rest of your life. Lu Yin blinked. I don't have time, I'm very busy. Elder Zhou Xian sneered. Do you think you can leave? Lu Yin looked at Elder Gong. Elder Gong fell into deep thought. Elder Yuan Shou could not help but speak up. Lu Yin, it's not like there's no benefit in letting you stay. You have the diagram, and if you stay in the sect, you'll one day be able to cultivate the serious art to a level close to Progenitor Chen's. Then you'll be able to leave. Elder Zhou Xian added, that's right. Since Ancestor Chen, no one has been able to cultivate Sirius to the highest level. Even though the diagram was left on the Sirius Jade Annulus, we were unable to use it to cultivate. But you're different. The diagram is in your body, and as long as you cultivate the Sirius technique layer by layer, you'll be able to use it one day. Lu Yin, this is a chance to change your fate. Once you reach the peak of the Sirius art, you'll be able to rival Progenitor Chen and become the next Progenitor Chen, Elder Yuan Shou tempted. The diagram also contains Progenitor Chen's secrets. One day you'll find out. That's Progenitor Chen's secret. It might even contain the 9 clones technique, or the reason why Progenitor Chen is so powerful, said Elder Zhou Xian. The two of them spoke in tandem. Lu Yin rolled his eyes as the elder from Drift Charge Planet had given him a difficult problem to solve. At the same time, he was also glad that he had reached a certain level of strength. Even if the Sirius sect wanted to force him to stay, it would be very difficult. This was why Elder Gong was pondering this. If not for his current status, he would definitely have been forced to stay in the Sirius sect. The elder from Drift Charge Planet wasn't trying to harm him, but to Lu Yin, having his freedom restricted was more terrifying than anything else. Kids speak. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. As a powerhouse who was second only to Elder Gong in the Sirius sect, he had never been so patient with a youngster before. He had even tried to entice Lu Yin slowly. It had been a long time since he had felt this way. Lu Yin respectfully replied, I'm sorry, senior. This disciple does not wish to remain in the Sirius sect. Is that up to you? Elder Zhou Xian sneered. Elder Yuan Shou hurriedly whispered something to Elder Zhou Xian, who grew more and more surprised. He had been in seclusion for a long time and wasn't aware of the outside world. Now that he heard this, he looked at Lu Yin in shock. Your status is quite high, but it's useless. Even if you're a disciple of the Hall of Honor, you still have to stay. Elder Gong calmly replied, all right, there's no need to force him. Elder Zhou Xian hadn't expected Elder Gong to say such a thing. Elder Yuan Shou only knew a small portion of the situation, and he didn't know what Lu Yin had gone through. He also didn't know about the origin item, but Elder Gong was different. He knew that Lu Yin was currently being watched closely, and even Elder Chan and the Sage Celestial Master wouldn't allow anything to happen to him. You've officially joined the Sirius sect and there's no need to take a master. You'll be ranked first among the outer disciples, Elder Gong said as he looked at Lu Yin. Before Lu Yin could speak, Elder Zhou Xian immediately expressed his opinion. Senior, this won't do. An outer disciple doesn't have the qualifications to learn the higher levels of the Sirius sect. Elder Gong calmly replied, he's the same as us. Elder Zhou Xian was puzzled. What's the same? Suddenly, he reacted and looked at Lu Yin in shock. You've been to that place? Lu Yin nodded. Yes, and I succeeded. Elder Zhou Xian was stunned. He hadn't been able to see through Lu Yin's cultivation, which meant that there was a powerhouse backing him up. The Hall of Honor's method of exchanging disciples with Everlasting Sky Island was either Elder Chan or the Sage Celestial Master. It was no wonder that they couldn't force Lu Yin to stay. Elder, this disciple is willing to become an outer disciple of the Sirius sect, Lu Yin said respectfully. Elder Gong replied, since you don't want to take a master from Everlasting Sky Island, there must be a master behind you. Naturally, you won't want to take a master from the Sirius sect either. Outer disciples don't need to take a master and you'll just be a disciple in name. However, on the day of the ceremony, you must swear an oath that you will never betray the Sirius sect and that you will protect the Sirius sect for all eternity. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as his thoughts raced. He bowed solemnly. This disciple understands. You may leave. I'll personally teach him the 4th level of the serious art, Elder Gong said, dismissing Elder Zhou Xian and Elder Yuan Shou. Lu Yin was excited. Elder Gong's personal teaching was much better than a true disciple's treatment. After Elder Zhou Xian and the others left, Elder Gong looked at Lu Yin seriously. The diagram beneath your feet can change your fate. When you succeed in the serious art and become comparable to progenitor Qin, you must leave behind this inheritance for the serious sect. Are you willing? Become comparable to progenitor Qin? Who knew how long that would take? Lu Yin replied, this disciple is willing. Elder Gong lowered his head and looked deeply at Lu Yin's feet with a complicated expression. Lu Yin asked curiously, Elder, what secrets does this diagram hide? Can this disciple know? Elder Gong thought for a moment and then raised his hand, causing stars to revolve around him. This was the serious art and Lu Yin was no stranger to it. How can you be sure that the planet you're on doesn't originate from the serious art? Lu Yin was stunned at first, but then his scalp went numb and his mouth fell open. You mean? You can't say it. This is the serious sect's greatest secret. With that, Elder Gong brought Lu Yin out of the starry hall and descended. This chapter is not complete. Please turn the page. Outside the jade disk of Sirius. Coincidentally, a disciple was about to enter but Elder Gong pushed him back. He sealed the jade disk of Sirius and explained the 4th level of the serious art to Lu Yin. The 4th level of the serious art opened 36 death acupuncture points, and there was a unique way to circulate them. It could only be cultivated with the help of the various serious stars within the jade disk. On the other side, Elder Yuan Shou was reporting to Sect Master Yuan Qiong. When Elder Yao Shan saw Elder Yuan Shou appear, his eyes turned red. Elder Yuan Shou, didn't I tell you to delay for half a month? Why did you come out in one day? No, it hasn't even been a day. Elder Yuan Shou looked at Yuan Qiong helplessly. Yuan Qiong said to Elder Yao Shan, from now on don't target Lu Yin. He will be the leader of the outer disciples of Sirius, and his importance is no less than yours. Elder Yao Shan was stunned and did not understand. What do you mean, Sect Master? Yuan Qiong looked deeply at Elder Yao Shan. The one teaching Lu Yin the serious art is Elder Gong. Elder Yao Shan was shocked and then his face turned pale. Elder Gong was one of the strongest people in the human domain, and he knew what it meant to be personally teaching Lu Yin. Lu Yin's future position in the serious sect would be unshakable. Elder Gong explained the essence of the 4th level of the serious art to Lu Yin and then left. Lu Yin entered the Sirius jade disk and looked at the stars of Sirius. The 4th level of the art of Sirius revolved around 3,600 stars, which was 5 times more than the 3rd level. Lu Yin was excited as he looked at the stars of Sirius. This was only the 4th level. The 5th level of the art of Sirius revolved around 99,000 stars, and there would be even more as it progressed until it reached progenitor Chen's mastery of the stars of Sirius. He thought back to what Elder Gong had said about controlling progenitor Chen's stars through the diagram. If there were already people living on those stars, did that mean that they could also control them? This was what Elder Gong meant by changing one's fate. Drift Charge planet Samsara had indeed changed his fate. In the Glory Realm there were many worlds of different shapes and sizes. There were streams of water, cards, lights and even leaves. Shamrock Enterprises' headquarters was a patch of clover, a very ordinary grass. No one would have thought that a single blade of grass would determine half of the 5th mainland's medicine supply. Within Shamrock Enterprises' headquarters, Yen stood respectfully beneath a tree, waiting for something. The tree was beautiful and filled with pink flowers. As the wind blew, the flowers landed on Yan's head and shoulders, but he didn't dare to move. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Even after a month he still didn't dare to move. His head and shoulders were covered in pink flowers. Lu Yin, a pleasant voice called out from behind Yen. Yan's expression changed and he hurriedly turned to bow. President. A beautiful woman appeared behind Yen. She had an elegant temperament and was dressed in plain clothes. She did not wear any makeup, but her beauty could not be hidden. She raised her hand and a pink flower fell on her palm. It was dazzling with her snow-white palm. She was the president of Shamrock Enterprises' Innerverse, Balsam Ji. No one would have thought that the president of Shamrock Enterprises' Innerverse would be such a beautiful woman. Yen had been handling Shamrock Enterprises' Innerverse affairs on her behalf all this time. Even the higher-ups of Shamrock Enterprises rarely saw her, and some had never even heard of her before. She was just as mysterious as the Leaf King. Yen was very respectful towards Balsam Ji, and he didn't even dare to raise his head. It was as if this beauty was terrifying. "Did this child cause you to fail?" Balsam Ji asked gently. Her gaze was as calm as water, and her entire body exuded a pleasant orchid fragrance. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 1584. Yen respectfully replied, "Yes, he controlled the 9 directors and voted. Half of them rejected the proposal, so I failed." "What do you want?" Balsam asked. Yen answered, "Lu Yin's background is enormous. He has the support of a half-step ancestor, the Hall of Honor Leon's Armada, and the Outerverse hidden powerhouse, Master Yuan. He's not someone to be trifled with, but if we don't directly confront him and just withdraw all of the medicine from the Outerverse, we might be able to deal with him. Shamrock Enterprises cannot be humiliated so easily." The pink flower in Balsam's hand disappeared and she turned to leave. Yan's eyes grew cold as he looked at the empty ground. Shamrock Enterprises might not be a business giant like Aurora, which could establish itself in the Neoverse, but they were not a company that could be offended so easily. He wanted to see how Lu Yin would deal with them. Unless he invited someone stronger than Master Yuan, Shamrock Enterprises was not afraid of anyone. Within Sirius Jade Disc, Lu Yin opened his eyes and saw 890 stars revolving around his body. This was the 4th level of the Sirius art. He remembered that Xianxia had been able to circulate 932 stars during the Sovereign Tournament. Even if her cultivation had improved greatly during the past 2 years in the Cosmic Tree domain, she probably could not have surpassed 2,000 stars. Saying 2,000 stars was an understatement. It was time to roll the die. He had never been afraid of anyone when it came to time. Once Lu Yin left Sirius Jade Disc, the Sirius Jade Disc could be used normally. Sect Master Yuan Qiong was already waiting for him in Starry Hall. Lu Yin bowed respectfully, his attitude definitely not lacking. Yuan Qiong looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression, especially at the bottom of his feet. His Sirius sect's greatest treasure was actually beneath this brat's feet. If not for this brat's insistence on learning the 4th level of the Sirius art and opening his death acupuncture point, they would never have found out about this and would never have been able to find the treasure. "When are you leaving?" Yuan Qiong asked. Lu Yin replied, "Half a month at the latest." Yuan Qiong thought about it. "Just stay in Starry Hall and cultivate. There's a forbidden area here that's suitable for you." Lu Yin was grateful. "Thank you, Sect Master." Yuan Qiong wanted to ask if this brat had planned everything from the beginning. He had tried his best to break through the Achilles heel just so that the Sirius sect would discover the pattern on the soles of his feet. However, after thinking about it, he decided not to ask. If that was really the case, then this brat was too deep. No matter what, the Sirius sect couldn't do anything to this kid. Out of sight, out of mind, Yuan Qiong didn't say anything else and simply left. Elder Yuan Shou entered and brought Lu Yin to a restricted training area behind the Star Palace. This had originally been a training area for the elders, but it had now been given to Lu Yin. Lu Yin expressed his gratitude once again, and Elder Yuan Shou's attitude changed as well. They had all guessed that Lu Yin had long since known about the diagram and had been pretending all this time. Although they could not be sure, their attitudes had changed because of their guesses. Lu Yin felt helpless as he really didn't know what to do this time. He had been wronged and this feeling was unpleasant. In any case, he had achieved his goal. Lu Yin wasn't worried about being spied on in the Elder's cultivation area. On the 5th mainland, even if someone discovered his innate gift with the dye, it wouldn't matter. There were too many people protecting him. He looked up and saw his dye appear. Lu Yin tapped it, enhance. His luck was too good. The scene in front of him changed and Lu Yin entered the time-stop space. He could definitely roll enhance. Since that was the case, he decided to cultivate first since he could only roll it once every 10 days. He naturally cultivated the Sirius technique. 10 days passed quickly and Lu Yin rolled his dye, enhance. It was useless, so he continued cultivating. Another 10 days passed and he rolled enhance again. After a month in the time-stop space, he only rolled enhance. Lu Yin looked at the 2 screens and placed the miniature armor on top of them. He excitedly tossed in star essence. The miniature armor was of a much higher grade than the universal armor from before. Although the universal armor had materials from the technocracy, most of the materials were useless. The miniature armor also contained materials that could not be decomposed from ancient times, and it had been combined with the Aurora Corporation's technology. The first upgrade cost him more than 1,000,000 star essence, and the more money he spent the better. Lu Yin was excited, and he wished that he could upgrade it a few hundred times until even a half-ancestor would not be able to touch it. It was a good idea, but the materials used for the miniature armor could not be upgraded indefinitely. Lu Yin upgraded it 11 times and spent nearly 1,000,000,000 star essence to upgrade it to a level where it could defend against a power level close to 900,000. However, it should not be able to exceed that level. Lu Yin was excited as he picked up the miniature armor. It was already pretty good, and there were definitely some precious materials inside. Otherwise, it would not have been able to upgrade it to such a high level. It should be known that even the aquatic plant power vessel, the armed puppet, and other power vessels that surpassed the envoys could not upgrade it to such a high level. It was no wonder why the people from the Aurora Corporation were so envious when they saw these materials. Lu Yin felt that he would have to visit the Black Street occasionally in the future, as that place was filled with all of the Neoverse trash that could not be processed or decomposed. Much of it came from the distant past, and the materials used were all very precious. After upgrading the miniature armor, Lu Yin still had 1.4 billion star essence left, which was enough for emergencies. He did not upgrade anything else and instead focused on cultivating the serious technique. The initial duration of the time-stop space was 3 days, and he could upgrade it to 300 days at most. It did not cost much, only about 2 million star essence, but it would be more in the future. 300 days was close to a year's time, and Lu Yin did not know how many stars he could revolve. There was no concept of time in cultivation, and the higher a cultivator's level, the more years they would spend in seclusion. For example, someone at Master Yuan's level would spend 1,000 years or even longer in seclusion. 300 days passed by very quickly. Lu Yin opened his eyes, and the scene in front of him changed. He had appeared in the Star Hall's forbidden cultivation area, and he had only been there for a second. He raised his hand and continued rolling his die. He wanted to cultivate the 4th layer as quickly as possible, and it would be best if he could cultivate the 5th layer before leaving. The 5th layer of the serious technique would be enough for him to cultivate for a while. 3 pips was useless, so he continued. 2 pips was useless, so he continued. 4 pips was useless, and the scene in front of him changed again. This time he was back in the time-stop space, and he continued cultivating the serious technique. The past year of cultivation had allowed him to revolve more than 1,800 stars, and he did not know how many more he could revolve in the next 300 days. As the number of stars increased, Lu Yin's understanding of the serious technique would become more thorough. Although it would become more difficult in the future, he still had time. 300 days passed once more, and Lu Yin returned to the real world. He had to wait 10 days before rolling his die again, or else he would easily get dizzy. At this point he had already revolved more than 2,600 stars. Lu Yin walked out of the forbidden cultivation area and saw Elder Yuan Shou looking at the names carved into the Star Hall. Lu Yin's name was there as well. Elder Yuan Shou was surprised to see Lu Yin come out. "You're not cultivating?" Lu Yin had been cultivating for almost 2 years, but to Elder Yuan Shou and the others, it had only taken a few seconds. The main thing was the time he spent rolling his die. Lu Yin suddenly sighed. "Elder, this disciple would like to ask a question." "Speak." The elder's attitude was neither warm nor cold. "Elder, how many stars can you revolve?" Lu Yin asked curiously. Yuan Shou glanced at Lu Yin. "Normally, envoys with power levels below 700,000 will only be able to reach the 5th level of perfection, which is 99,000 stars. Only those with power levels above 700,000 can attempt to cultivate the 6th level of the cosmic art. If they aren't careful, their bodies will collapse and their astral source will be forcefully extracted." Lu Yin looked at Yuan Shou. "I've cultivated the 6th level." Lu Yin had not expected Elder Yuan Shou to have a power level above 700,000, which was on the same level as Lu Yefei. "What about Elder Yao Shan?" "The 5th level," Elder Yuan Shou replied. Lu Yin nodded. It seemed that Elder Yao Shan's power level was over 600,000. In the Neoverse, Lu Yin did not dare to casually look at someone's rune lines, as it was easy to get into trouble. The home of the gods had long since alerted the various powers of the Neoverse. "What does Elder Jiushan look like?" Lu Yin probed. He was also curious about this. Elder Yuan Shou frowned. Go back and cultivate. Don't you want to leave? Lu Yin could tell that Elder Yuan Shou did not want to talk about this, which made sense. After all, this was related to Elder Zhou Xian. Elder Yuan Shou's standards were high and he did not care too much. However, Elder Yuan Shou was different. To them, Elder Zhou Xian was the heavens and he was an old freak with a power level of over 1,000,000. Lu Yin returned to the forbidden cultivation area and sat down cross-legged, closing his eyes to rest. 2 years of continuous cultivation had been very tiring. 10 days later, Lu Yin raised his hand and his die appeared. It had returned to normal. He tapped it and it slowly spun until it finally stopped at 6 pips. Lu Yin sighed. Fortunately, he had placed his cosmic ring aside in advance and only kept a small amount of star essence in case he rolled 6 pips. Now it seemed that it had been a wise decision. Lu Yin appeared in a strange space and did not hesitate to fuse into a ball of light that was not particularly bright. The small amount of star essence he had was not enough to last him more than a few seconds. When he opened his eyes, he saw a dusky sky and ordinary buildings. Before he could see anything clearly, memories flooded into his mind and his face changed in shock. What kind of memories were these? Slaughter, slaughter, and more slaughter. Emotionless, cold, just like a corpse. What was this? A corpse king? He suddenly looked in all directions and saw the 7 familiar towers in the distance. Weren't those the Dark Towers? This was the Eternal Kingdom. Lu 7, someone shouted. Lu Yin was shocked. Someone was calling him? How was this possible? Someone had discovered him through the fusion of the die? Lu Yin's entire body instantly went cold as if his secret had been exposed. He slowly turned around and looked in the direction of the voice. Was it the ghost monkey? In the distance, the ghost monkey had already returned to his original appearance from when he had first fought Lu Yin. He was no longer a shadow, and at this moment he was sitting in a palanquin raised by 2 corpse kings. He raised his whip high and viciously whipped the back of one of the corpse kings in front of him. Lu 7, I'm calling you. Can't you hear me? Yes, the corpse king replied in a hoarse voice. Idiot, what should you call me? Louder. The ghost monkey shouted, baring his teeth with an arrogant look on his face. Ho ho bro, the corpse king mumbled. The ghost monkey was pleased. Lu 7. Ho bro. Lu 7. Ho bro. Awesome Lu 7. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. The system was surprised and Windborn was also helpless. Chapter 1585. Lu Yin stared blankly at the palanquin as it passed, but at the same time he heaved a sigh of relief. They hadn't discovered him. That damn monkey, how dare you do such a thing? Just you wait, I'll beat you to death sooner or later. That had scared him to death and he broke out in a cold sweat. Since he had fused with the corpse king's body, he might as well take a look at the 7 sky gods. He was most curious about Bai Wuxian, who was rumored to possess a list of traitors to humanity, immortality. Lu Yin controlled the corpse king's body to rush towards the Dark Tower. Soon the corpse king approached the tower and suddenly Lu Yin's vision blurred. Not good, I'm about to leave the fusion. He was helpless as he still hadn't seen Bai Wuxian. Suddenly, Lu Yin stared at a distant dark tower. A figure slowly walked in from outside, and Lu Yin felt as if he had been struck by lightning. It was Undying Yushan. Lu Yin's consciousness returned and he gasped for breath as his eyes flashed. He had never dreamed that he would actually see Undying Yushan in the Eternal Kingdom. He wasn't dead, he really wasn't dead, and he didn't look like a corpse king either. He was a living person, Undying Yushan. Lu Yin had always guessed that Undying Yushan might not be dead, but he didn't know his whereabouts or why he was pretending to be dead. The closest guess was that he was hiding in order to cultivate the Undying Manual. When Lu Ying Zishan had been controlled, Lu Yin had suspected that the person controlling her was Undying Yushan, but he hadn't been able to find anything. As time passed, Lu Yin had gradually forgotten. He hadn't expected to see Undying Yushan in the Eternal Kingdom. Why had he appeared in the Eternal Kingdom? Also, hadn't the Eternal Kingdom been destroyed by Mystery Progenitor? Why did it still exist? Or was it another Eternal Kingdom? Lu Yin was confused by what he had seen after fusing with the Corpse King, and he desperately wanted to know the truth. Unfortunately, the truth was too difficult to uncover. Perhaps he could find out if he found the monkey. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. The monkey had been forcefully extracted by the Witchling god, and that fellow had been living so comfortably in the Eternal Kingdom. Perhaps he would know something. Lu Yin couldn't accept Undying Yushan as the man had treated him well in the past. On the other side, Undying Yushan was unaware that Lu Yin had discovered his tracks. I can easily control the Great Eastern Alliance and even influence the Seven Courts. You should give me more of your life poison, he said as he stood in the dark tower. We're just cooperating. We have no obligation to provide you with resources. Lu Yin is back and I can control that kid. I don't believe that he has no value to you. Are you sure you can control him? Do you know that he's from the Lu clan? The invincible Lu clan. Undying Yushan smiled. In the beginning I only wanted to cultivate the undying scripture, and controlling him was just a side benefit. Who would have thought that a child who pretended to be a member of the Zishan family would reach this level? Let him grow until he reaches the level that you all hope for. I will continue to hide and control him when the time is right. He will not be able to escape. I hope so. Don't underestimate the Lu clan. He rolled the die again and after 2 rolls he rolled possession and entered the time-stop space. Another 300 days passed and when Lu Yin left the time-stop space, his serious art had reached the 4th level. The 3,600 stars brought about the transformation of serious art. Lu Yin stayed in the Star Hall for a few more days which added up to about half a month. He couldn't stay any longer. After leaving Qinxing, Lu Yin went to the ordinary planet where Elder Gong was to meet him. If you're not cultivating, what are you doing here? Elder Gong asked calmly. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. In the distance there was no focus. Lu Yin said respectfully, Disciple has reached the 4th level of the serious art. I wish to learn the 5th level of the serious art. Elder Gong's eyes widened as he looked at Lu Yin. What did you say? You've reached the 4th level of the serious art? Lu Yin knew that this was unbelievable but he had no choice. He couldn't cultivate here for too long just to hide his progress in the serious art. There was no need to enter the time-stop space to cultivate. Disciples' cultivation of the serious art has been surprisingly smooth. It only took me half a month to reach the 4th level, Lu Yin said. As he spoke, the stars on the surface of his body revolved. A total of 3,600 stars enveloped the planet and spread out, causing many in the serious sect to look over in shock. On Qinxing, Elder Jioshan walked out and blinked. Is this that brat? That's ridiculous. It's only been half a month. Elder Yuansho was stunned as well. Lu Yin had reached the 4th level of the serious art in half a month. This talent was too monstrous. Yuan Qiong's gaze turned solemn. No, Qiushi's talent in the serious art was already monstrous, surpassing that of her predecessors. In theory, no matter how talented Lu Yin was, he shouldn't be able to surpass her by that much. There must be a problem. He immediately thought of the diagram, which was the only thing that Qiushi didn't possess. Lu Yin's ability to reach the 4th level of the serious art in half a month definitely had something to do with that diagram. It had been left behind by progenitor Qin. Yuan Qiong wasn't the only one who thought of this. Everyone else did as well. Elder Gong sighed in amazement. A progenitor's power was unfathomable, and the diagram that had been left behind had allowed Lu Yin to reach the 4th level of the serious art in half a month. How long would it take for him to reach the 5th level? How long would it take for him to reach the peak? He had thought that the process would take a long time, but he hadn't expected it to be so fast. Lu Yin looked expectantly at Elder Gong. Elder, can this disciple learn the 5th level of the serious art? Elder Gong sighed in admiration. You have met the requirements to learn it, but before that you must learn how to use the stars. Serious art not only aids in cultivation, but also serious palm and serious swordsmanship. Do you know any of serious swordsmanship? Lu Yin shook his head. He had seen Qiushi use it more than once, but he had never learned it. Serious swordsmanship was quite powerful, and the more stars there were, the more powerful it would be. Lu Yin was looking forward to it. With Elder Gong's guidance, Lu Yin felt at ease to stay here and receive guidance on serious swordsmanship. A few days later, a person arrived at the serious sect, bringing with him some mysterious smoke. It was Gu Shower. In the main hall of Sirius, Elder Yaoshan was the one who received Gu Shower. You lost the 1st level of the serious art back then and you still have the face to come and learn it? Elder Yaoshan barked, glaring fiercely at Gu Shower. Gu Shower shrank back in fright and smiled sheepishly. Elder, I brought the cigarettes that the serious sect needs. I heard that you like to smoke? Nonsense. Elder Yao Shan shouted. Gu Shaoer pursed his lips. Wrong. Then who likes to smoke? Elder Yao Shan said coldly, leave the cigarettes. I can give you the first level of the serious art. But remember, if you lose it again, I'll skin you alive even if I have to chase you all the way to the smokescreen mountains. Gu Shaoer nodded obediently, cursing the old fart in his heart. After successfully obtaining the serious art, Gu Shaoer was about to leave. He did not want to stay in the serious sect as the serious sect disciples did not like him. Unfortunately, he bumped into Yao Ji as soon as he walked out of the main hall of Sirius. Gu Shaoer grinned. Bad luck. Yao Ji glared at him. What did you say? Gu Shaoer was afraid of Elder Yao Shan, but he was not afraid of Yao Ji. Nice words. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. I won't repeat myself. Yao Ji blocked Gu Shaoer, and behind him several inner disciples surrounded him, all of them staring at Gu Shaoer with hostility. Since Gu Shaoer had come to the serious sect, he had naturally been protected by experts from the Smokescreen Mountains. However, they had all remained outside the serious sect and were not allowed to enter without permission. Oh, you want to fight? I've never been afraid of anyone in my entire life. Come kid, let me teach you how to write, submit, Gu Shaoer taunted. Yao Ji had been suppressing his anger because of Lu Yin's arrival, and now that he had been provoked by Gu Shaoer, he did not look around and immediately attacked. Gu Shaoer was not to be outdone as he was stronger than Yao Ji. Even though Yao Ji had broken through to the hunter realm, only the second disciple of Sirius sect, Mu Xing, could match up to him. Yao Ji was still slightly weaker. Outside the main hall of Sirius, Yao Ji led several inner disciples to surround and beat up Gu Shaoer. However, Gu Shaoer's cigarette was too mysterious, and no matter how Yao Ji attacked, he could not break it. It was not easy for Gu Shaoer to hit Yao Ji, and in a short period of time, many people had gathered to watch. Sirius palm. Block it. Limitless explosion. Block it. Don't use cigarettes if you dare. Yao Ji roared. Gu Shaoer taunted, don't use serious art if you dare. Don't you feel embarrassed ganging up on me? Yun Feifei Yen Kuan and the third disciple Hua Shao as well as a few deacon elders had also arrived. Finally, Elder Yao Shan arrived and he waved his hand to disperse the people fighting. He glared at Gu Shaoer. You're causing trouble right after getting your hands on the technique. Do you want to lose it again? Gu Shaoer was sullen. He had clearly been ganged up on, but he was the only one being taught a lesson. He had never suffered such humiliation in his entire life. They were the ones who started it. Does your serious sect only know how to protect its own? How dare you? Elder Yao Shan shouted angrily, and an enormous pressure descended upon Gu Shaoer. Gu Shaoer gritted his teeth and was almost crushed to the ground. At that moment, someone appeared in front of him and blocked Elder Yao Shan's pressure. Elder, this is my friend. Please allow me to take him away. The person who had appeared in front of Gu Shaoer was Lu Yin. Since he was cultivating Sirius's sword techniques, he did not have to stay by Elder Gong's side all the time. He had just happened to be wandering around when he saw this scene. When Gu Shaoer heard Lu Yin's voice, he looked up with tears in his eyes. Brother, big brother, is that you? Big brother Lu Yin, you're back. Lu Yin looked at him. Why haven't you apologized to the elder yet? Gu Shaoer glanced at Elder Yao Shan and snorted. Elder Yao Shan's eyebrows almost shot up. You have no manners. Get out of my serious sect. Gu Shaoer was furious. Who are you talking about, you old geezer? Elder Yao Shan's eyes widened and he raised a hand to suppress Lu Yin. Impudent. Suddenly, Lu Yin raised a hand and sent an emptiness palm towards Elder Yao Shan. The void exploded and a crack opened up between the two of them, forming a void ravine. Elder Yao Shan's eyes narrowed. His attack had not only been aimed at Gu Shaoer, but also at Lu Yin. He had wanted to teach him a lesson, but he had not expected to be hit back. He was an envoy whose power level was infinitely close to 700,000, but Lu Yin had actually been able to block his attack. Even if it had been a casual attack. Lu Yin's body only swayed slightly and he waved his hand dismissively. Elder, I was just saying a few words. Although it wasn't very polite, there was no need for you to attack. Gu Shaoer was shocked as he had not expected Elder Yao Shan to attack without warning. If Lu Yin had not blocked the attack, he would have been embarrassed. At the same time he was shocked that Lu Yin had been able to block an envoy's attack. Lu Yin's attack had shocked everyone. End of chapter. Chapter 1586. Elder Yao Shan looked deeply at Lu Yin, his eyes filled with fear. Tell him to be careful with his words. He then glared at Yao Ji. Get lost, you disgrace. Yao Ji's face paled as he looked at Lu Yin, who happened to be looking back at him. Yao Ji's heart trembled as he recalled what had just happened. He quickly lowered his gaze and left, not daring to say anything else. The crowd gradually dispersed as well, but the shock still lingered in their hearts. In the final battle of the Sovereign Tournament, Lu Yin had challenged all the experts of the same level as him. Although that had shaken the Fifth Mainland, it had still been within acceptable limits. However, what they had just seen was that Lu Yin had actually blocked Elder Yao Shan's attack. That was no longer common knowledge. Even in the Astral Tree realm, that scene would have been equally shocking, let alone the Fifth Mainland. Once the crowd had dispersed, Lu Yin looked at Gu Shaoer. Why are you here? Gu Shaoer shouted exaggeratedly, I should be the one asking you that. Didn't you go missing? When did you come back? Don't tell me you've been hiding in Sirius all this time. Or you're too mean. You didn't tell me anything. Lu Yin rolled his eyes and left Sirius's main hall with Gu Shaoer. This place was too conspicuous. Half a day later, Lu Yin stopped talking. Do you understand now? Gu Shaoer nodded. I understand. You went to a very powerful place and then you were abandoned. It was like throwing away a rotten fruit, right? Lu Yin was speechless. This comparison was very unpleasant. But you've changed so much since you came back. You could even repel that old bastard's attack. Tell me the truth, did you break through to become an envoy? Of course not, I just learned a few things, Lu Yin answered casually. What did you learn? Have you heard of smoke cloud incarnation? What's that? Let me show you. Lu Yin then took out Mount Supreme and brought Gu Shaoer inside. There were 5 people inside. Long Shi, Wen Shishir, Prince Gui Qian, Lu Hao and Yun Tingting. Lu Yin had brought Gu Shaoer here to find her. Ever since they left the meditative ruins, Yun Tingting and the others had been trapped in Mount Supreme. To cultivators, a few years passed very quickly. Even though they were trapped in Mount Supreme, they were still cultivating and slowly improving. Lu Yin and Gu Shaoer appeared about 100 meters away from Yun Tingting. Yun Tingting was flabbergasted by their arrival, but she ignored Gu Shaoer and fixed her gaze on Lu Yin. She gently asked, Have you arrived at the abandoned grounds? Lu Yin nodded. Yes. Gu Shaoer blinked and stared at Yun Tingting before looking at Lu Yin with a strange smile. Bro, are you hiding a mistress in the mountains? Lu Yin looked deeply at Gu Shaoer and said, The smoke from your smokescreen mountain range is very mysterious. That woman has it as well. Impossible, Gu Shaoer asserted. Aside from the bridge on Long Sky Island, there's no other place in the entire Fifth Mainland that has this kind of smoke. Yun Tingting heard this from the other side. What kind of smoke? Gu Shaoer stretched out his index finger and a wisp of white smoke floated out. It spun around the tip of his finger and took on various forms. This smoke is very powerful. Even the Sirius sect needs it. That's why I was able to get the first-level Sirius technique. Do you think just anyone can get it? Yun Tingting's eyes flashed and she raised her hand, causing a wisp of white smoke to float out and spin around her index finger. Just like Gu Shaoer, the white smoke took on various forms. Gu Shaoer was disdainful. Imposter, I couldn't tell that you're a gentle person, but you're a liar. He waved his hand and the white smoke turned into a sharp blade that shot towards Yun Tingting. Yun Tingting's gaze deepened and she waved her hand as well, causing the white smoke to turn into a sharp blade that was identical to Gu Shaoer's. There was a clang as the sound of metal rang out. Gu Shaoer was stunned as his white smoke had been blocked. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he had guessed correctly. The Smoke Cloud Sect and Smoke Gulp Mountain Range both originated from the same source, and they cultivated using smoke, which was extremely mysterious. During the battle in the Cosmic Sea, Gu Shaoer had relied on this white smoke to block Zi's life energy, and it had been extremely difficult to invade. The old smoker had also relied on this smoke to avoid the Red Lord's pursuit and had even been able to successfully escape after his assassination attempt had failed. Gu Shaoer had also mentioned the bridge, which meant that they both originated from the same source. That was incredible. Who had created this smoke? Gu Xiaoer and Yun Tingting clashed as he did not believe that Yun Tingting's smoke could compare to his smoke gulp mountain range. Yun Tingting felt the same way, as someone in the abandoned lands had actually grasped the smoke ancestor's power. In terms of cultivation, Yun Tingting was an enlighter and she was qualified to accompany Bai Xiaohong to the sovereign realm. Gu Xiaoer was far from her level, but they were now competing in smoke. Lu Yin watched as the two smokes intertwined and resisted each other, yet they were still able to fuse together. He had a vague guess. Not long after, Yun Tingting spoke up. "Is that all?" Gu Xiaoer's eyes turned red. Smoke was the foundation of the smoke gulp mountain range, and it was a huge blow to him that someone else had grasped it. "I don't believe that your smoke is real. Can it strengthen the body?" "Yes, but can your smoke form clones?" Yun Tingting countered. Gu Xiaoer was stunned. Clones? He had never heard of such a thing. "Can your smoke hide your aura?" "Yes, but can your smoke resist a secret technique?" Yun Tingting asked again. Gu Xiaoer's heart skipped a beat. Your smoke, your smoke." He suddenly could not say anything else. Yun Tingting frowned. "Can your smoke deduce battle techniques?" Lu Yin's eyes lit up. That was a function of the bridge. Gu Xiaoer retreated and stared blankly at Yun Tingting. In midair, his smoke had completely disappeared, having been absorbed by Yun Tingting's smoke. He could no longer control it, as this was an absolute suppression. Yun Tingting retracted her hand and the white smoke vanished. She looked at Gu Xiaoer. "It seems that you have only obtained a portion of the smoke ancestor's inheritance. My smoke cloud sect is the true orthodox." Gu Xiaoer was confused. Smoke cloud sect. Yun Tingting looked at Lu Yin. "How much does your abandoned land know about my cosmic tree sect?" "Almost nothing," Lu Yin replied. Yun Tingting shook her head. "What a pity. The smoke ancestor's battle techniques are very mysterious. Rumor has it that he was able to roam the astral source universe as an emissary and create clones that can replace ordinary objects with smoke. However, whether it's the abandoned land or my cosmic tree sect, the smoke ancestor did not leave behind much of his inheritance, not even a secret technique. This person just used the white smoke and I thought that it would be something new." Gu Xiaoer stared at Yun Tingting. "You're saying that the power of my smokescreen mountain range is only your entry technique? You have doubts?" Yun Tingting asked indifferently. She did not mock Gu Xiaoer, but rather disregarded him as if she was looking at an outer disciple of the smoke cloud sect. Gu Xiaoer was sullen. He had dared to talk back to Elder Yao Shan, but what could he say to this woman? Even the best of his skills had been crushed. Today his pride had been trampled on. Lu Yin laughed and left Mount Supreme with Gu Xiaoer. Yun Tingting tried to stop them, but she could not stop Lu Yin from leaving. When they returned to the serious sect, Gu Xiaoer was dejected as if he had no goals in life. "My smokescreen mountain range stands tall in the Neoverse because of the white smoke. Everyone needs it. The serious sect, the Hall of Honor, and even the Seven Courts. Everyone wants it because it can be used as a power vessel to protect themselves. However, we failed miserably. Turns out that we've always been frogs in a well." Lu Yin replied, "That woman isn't from the fifth mainland. She's from the place I told you about." Gu Xiaoer looked up. "The place where you were abandoned?" Lu Yin pursed his lips. "The place where I'm viewed as an enemy, so she's our enemy." Gu Xiaoer lowered his head again. "So what? Learn from her and strengthen ourselves. One day we'll be able to surpass them. She accompanied you just now because she wanted to know if the smokescreen mountain range had any inheritance related to the smoke ancestor that the smoke ancestor didn't have. Why can't you learn from her? At the very least, she definitely has an inheritance that your smokescreen mountain range doesn't have," Lu Yin said as he looked into the distance. Gu Xiaoer thought about it and then slapped his thigh. "That's right." He looked at Lu Yin excitedly. "Bro, hurry up and take that woman away from me. I want to interrogate her." Lu Yin was amused. "It's time to meet your father, the leader of the Great Eastern Alliance." Gu Xiaoer was not stupid. Lu Yin had specially brought him to meet Yun Tingting and had even said those words. How could there be no reason for this? This was the universe and this was reality. Gu Xiaoer and Lu Yin did not have much of a relationship to begin with. Gu Xiaoer's gadget beeped, and he quickly contacted his father, the master of the smokescreen mountain range, Old Fogey Gu. "Brat, did you get the serious technique?" Old Fogey Gu's voice was coarse. Perhaps it was because he had been smoking for so long that his throat was not good. but his voice sounded like metal grinding against metal. I got it. Gu Shower picked his ear. Then why haven't you come back yet? Don't lose it again. If you do, I'll sell you to a brothel. Old Fogey Gu bellowed, not caring about his image at all. Gu Shower sighed. Dad, we're in trouble. Old Fogey Gu was stunned. What trouble? Dad, our worldview might be shattered, Gu Shower said slowly. His words made Old Fogey Gu want to jump out of the screen and kill him. Brat, you dare to make fun of your father? I think you're itching for a beating. Just you wait, just you wait. At that moment, Lu Yin arrived beside Gu Shower and looked at the screen. He saw the coarse middle-aged man with a scar on his face. Senior Gu, it's nice to meet you. I'm the leader of the Great Eastern Alliance, Lu Yin. Old Fogey Gu had not expected Lu Yin to appear and he was stunned for a moment. Then his expression changed and he seemed to become a different person. So it's Alliance leader Lu. Didn't you go missing? Why are you with my brat? Lu Yin smiled. It's a coincidence. This junior is also in the Sirius sect. Old Fogey Gu looked deeply at Lu Yin. What a coincidence. He did not dare to underestimate Lu Yin at all. From all the information he had gathered, this young man was both brave and resourceful. He was far-sighted and he was extremely calm. However, his background was complicated and he seemed to be related to everyone. If anything happened, someone would always be there to take the blame. More importantly, his relationship with the Interstellar Arbitration's head inquisitor and half-ancestor Elder Chan was unclear. Nobody could guess what was going on. Lu Yin was young, but he had even ventured into the Seven Courts progenitor Chen's tomb, experienced trials and even started a great battle. He was not someone to be trifled with. Chapter 1587. I'll have to trouble Alliance Master Lu to take care of my son. If you have the time, you can come to my smoke-gulping mountain range for a chat, old Mr. Gu said. Even though he was wary of Lu Yin, he knew that Lu Yin had a good relationship with Gu Shower. Lu Yin smiled. I can't go for now, but I can make a deal with Senior Gu. Oh? What kind of deal? Old Mr. Gu was curious. Gu Shower immediately said, Don't be so wishy-washy, Dad. Brother Lu went to a strange place and captured a woman. That woman has a higher grade of smoke than we do, and she even said that she has the smoke ancestors' inheritance. Old Mr. Gu was shocked. What did you say? Lu Yin smiled. Gu Shower was speechless. That's enough to topple your worldview. Old Mr. Gu looked at Lu Yin. Is there a very large tree in the place that Alliance Master Lu went to? Lu Yin was surprised. Senior knows about it. Have you been there before? Old Mr. Gu did not dwell on this topic. Instead he said, It looks like Alliance Master Lu wants to help my smoke-gulping mountain range increase its strength. Lu Yin smiled. Of course. I love doing things that benefit both parties. Then what can my smoke-gulping mountain range do to help Alliance Master Lu? Old Mr. Gu asked. Lu Yin looked at Gu Shower. What did you use to exchange for the Sirius sect's serious art? Gu Shower blinked and then looked at the screen. Do you understand now, Dad? Old Mr. Gu smiled. That's easy. How much white smoke does Alliance Master Lu need to be willing to give that woman to us? Lu Yin smiled. That woman is my friend, so I won't give her to you. However, I can persuade her to help you increase the quality of your white smoke, and she can also teach you more of the smoke ancestors' inheritance. In return, I want the smoke-gulping mountain range to provide the Great Eastern Alliance with enough white smoke for 100,000 people. The white smoke is like a power vessel and once released it can protect your entire body. This is something that the Sirius sect needs, right? Old Mr. Gu immediately replied, That's impossible. 100,000 people. Does Alliance Master Lu know how many people that is? Lu Yin did some calculations. Compared to the Great Eastern Alliance's army, that's not much. Old Mr. Gu. This was also the reason why he brought Gu Shao to Mount Supreme to meet Yun Tingting. In the future, whether he faced the Sixth Mainland, the Starry Sky Trees or the Eternals, he would need a powerful army. He wanted to build an invincible army. Old Mr. Gu was adamant that he would not agree to the number of 100,000. At most he would accept 1,000. This was awkward as the difference was too great. Lu Yin shrugged. Since we can't reach an agreement, then forget it. Senior Gu, let's not ruin our relationship even if we can't work together. I'll visit the mountain range. He then turned to leave. Gu Shower hurriedly stopped Lu Yin and bitterly said, Brother, your appetite is too big. You know that even if the Smoke Gulp mountain range used everything, it wouldn't be able to produce enough white eye for 100,000 people. We only have 10,000 disciples, and even if we don't sleep, we won't be able to produce that much. We can't have the smoke ancestors' inheritance but not have the time to cultivate. Lu Yin did not believe him. Old Mr. Gu said loudly, Alliance Master Lu, I know about your relationship with Eternal Sky Island and the Hall of Honor. You can ask them. They know exactly how much white eye the Smoke Gulp mountain range produces every year. I won't lie to you about this. Lu Yin paused. It seemed that the Smoke Gulp mountain range really did not have the ability to produce 100,000 people. 10,000. That should be fine. If not, then there's no need to continue the discussion. Gu Shower looked at old Mr. Gu. Old Mr. Gu's expression changed and he looked up at Gu Shower. Gu Shower was anxious and he kept glancing at Lu Yin's cosmic ring. In the end, old Mr. Gu agreed, but the condition was that he had to obtain the smoke ancestors' inheritance and not just increase the quality of his white smoke. Lu Yin agreed. The moment he handed over the inheritance to the Smoke Gulp mountain range, it would mean that the Great Eastern Alliance would have an additional army of 10,000 that could use the white smoke for protection. The next step was the most important, which was to get Yun Tingting to cooperate. This would not be easy and Lu Yin had to think about it. Within Mount Supreme, Lu Yin once again appeared not far from Yun Tingting. Yun Tingting looked at him. When will you let us go? Lu Yin smiled and brought Yun Tingting out of Mount Supreme to appear in the Sirius sect. Yun Tingting was astonished. Lu Yin raised his gadget. Take a good look at this universe. This is where you'll be staying for the rest of your life. He then turned on his screen and opened a star chart. Yun Tingting looked at the screen and the introduction on it and she was unknowingly drawn in. After a period of time, she retracted her gaze and looked around. Where are we? This is the Sirius sect, one of the Neoverse sections. Its status is equivalent to the Lu family and the School of Agriculture in the Cosmic Tree realm. The only difference is that the Hall of Honor is the strongest here, and there is no balance between the four sides. Yun Tingting had been hoping that Lu Yin was lying to her and that they were still in the Cosmic Tree realm. However, there were no trees. In the Cosmic Tree realm, the mother tree could not be seen unless it was in a hidden civilization such as a lake or a mountain range. However, those places did not have the same powerful aura as the Sirius sect. Yun Tingting could easily sense the presence of astral envoys here, which made her feel uneasy. She had truly arrived at the abandoned lands. Alright, it's enough that you understand. Return to Mount Supreme and wait there, Lu Yin said. Yun Tingting stared at him. You're still going to imprison us? The fifth mainland is what you call the abandoned lands. The people here don't know anything about the Cosmic Tree realm, so you can't leave to prevent information about it from leaking out. Then why did you bring me to understand this place? Even with her graceful personality, Yun Tingting was furious. She felt like Lu Yin was toying with her. Lu Yin said, I have to let you know where you are. Suddenly he slapped his forehead. I forgot to tell you that the Misty Cloud sect leader Yun Mubai has been confirmed as a redback and has been arrested by the 9 Humble Schools superintendent Qingshen. The Misty Cloud sect is now under Yun Wang's control. Yun Tingting was shocked and her eyes went wide. Impossible, my father isn't a redback. Lu Yin shrugged. It's up to the Humble School to decide. It's not up to you or me. Let me go, I want to go back. Yun Tingting said anxiously. She was worried about Yun Mubai's safety. Redbacks were well hidden and Yun Mubai couldn't possibly tell her. He had taught her the same thing as everyone else, which was to get rid of redbacks. In her mind, her father was ruthless and had a cold personality, but he had always resisted those monsters. How could he be a redback? Someone must have wrongly accused him. Of course not, you can't even leave Mount Supreme, Lu Yin said. Yun Tingting's gaze turned cold and white smoke appeared around her body. One Yun Tingting after another materialized from the smoke and rushed out in all directions. Lu Yin's interest was piqued. When he had fought in the Oblivion Ruins, this woman had used clones. These clones were different from the Xia family's 9 clones, as they could exist for a long time and were independent of each other. They each had their own opportunities and thoughts, but these clones were merely battle techniques. It would have been fine if they were just battle techniques, but what interested Lu Yin the most was these clones. Each clone had the same power level as the original, and it was difficult to distinguish between them. Because they were formed from white smoke, they could resist many attacks and even secret techniques. It was very strange. Yun Tingting had wanted to escape with her clones, and she had created 10 of them. Unfortunately, since Lu Yin had dared to let her out, he had obviously made preparations. The 10 clones were instantly trapped in his domain. Lu Yin's domain was stronger than anyone in his generation, including Obscurus. Even if he didn't use it as well as Obscurus, it still didn't affect its power. Although Yun Tingting was an enlighter, she was no different from a child in front of Lu Yin. The 10 clones were trapped by his domain and couldn't escape. Lu Yin raised his hand and unleashed an empty palm strike. It was too fast, and invisible palm prints bombarded each of Yun Tingting's clones. In the end, all 9 clones were scattered. Yun Tingting's face was deathly pale, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. She looked at Lu Yin with despair and unwillingness. Lu Yin approached her step by step. "You're too weak. Even the 4th young ancestor wouldn't be able to escape from me, let alone you. What do you want?" Yun Tingting wasn't stupid. Lu Yin had specially brought Gu Shower to compete with her and confirmed that the Smoke Ancestor's inheritance existed in the abandoned lands. He had also brought her out to learn more about the abandoned lands and told her about Yun Mubai. Lu Yin's lips curled up. "The person you just saw is my friend. He wants to learn the smoke cloud sex battle techniques, and he also has requirements for the quality of the white smoke." "Impossible," Yun Tingting refused. Lu Yin nodded. "I understand. Then you can stay in Mount Supreme forever. By the way, I broke through 3 stages and obtained the origin item. My status in the universe is even higher than the 4th young ancestors in the Astral Tree sect. I have many envoys protecting me, so it's impossible for anything to happen to me. You'll have to stay in Mount Supreme for as long as I live. Think about it carefully." Lu Yin then tossed Yun Tingting into the mountain. How could it be so easy to obtain another sex battle techniques? It all depended on Yun Tingting's choice. Within Mount Supreme, Yun Tingting wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, feeling uneasy. She didn't believe that her father was a redback. Someone had definitely set him up, but who could it be? Did the Cloud Watch ancestor not want to save her father when he was overseeing the sect? Or was he planning to support someone else to become the sect master? Chapter 1588. After a while, Yun Tingting found Wenshixi. He was the only one she could find in Mount Supreme. "We're already in the abandoned land? Looks like it's not long before we leave," Wenshixi sighed. Yun Tingting told him what had happened to her, and Wenshixi was shocked. "If Ancestor Yan's inheritance exists here, could it be related to me as well?" "Very likely," Yun Tingting said. Wenshixi was helpless. "You came to tell me this bad news?" Yun Tingting was helpless. "I want to know what to do." Wenshixi shook his head. "I'm meat on the chopping block. I can only listen and accept." "Can we trust his words?" Yun Tingting asked. Wenshixi thought about it. "I've heard of his name in Xian Academy. He was the one who personally exposed the 3 Guan brothers of the humble Huayan school as redbacks." Yun Tingting's eyes flashed as she thought of something. She looked outside Mount Supreme. "Long 7, I want to see you." There was no response. Yun Tingting called out again, but there was still no response. "We can only wait for him to find you himself," Wenshixi said. Lu Yin was currently helping Gu Shower cultivate the 1st level of the serious art. With Gu Shower's current cultivation, it wasn't difficult for him to cultivate the 1st level, unlike when Lu Yin had just started cultivating. Every star had been difficult to revolve, especially when the 9th star had been forged by the crazy headmaster. The 1st level of the serious art is missing the 9th star. "I can't exchange for it," Gu Shower said helplessly. Lu Yin was glad that he had become an exchange disciple of Eternal Sky Island. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the chance to learn the rest of the serious art. However, that might not be the case since Mr. Mu could let him learn it. "Brother, that woman still doesn't agree?" Gu Shower asked a few days later. He had already revolved 8 stars at a very fast speed. The serious art wasn't of much help to him, and the only reason he wanted to learn it was to become a lock breaker. This was his wish. If Gu Shower hadn't mentioned it, Lu Yin would have forgotten about Yun Tingting. He was just about to find Elder Gong to learn the 5th level of the serious art. Avoiding Gu Shower, Lu Yin brought Yun Tingting out. Yun Tingting stared at him. "Did you wrongly accuse my father of being a redback?" Lu Yin was furious. "Of course not. Yun Tingting stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. It definitely wasn't me who found out that your father was a redback. The one who captured him was Superintendent Xianxia of the Nine Gates. You'll know if you can return to the cosmic tree. Indeed, he wasn't the one who found out that Yun Mubai was a redback, nor was he wrongly accused. That old man Kue Luo had found out that Yun Mubai was redback. Of course, after the battle at Dragon Mountain, Lu Yin had a new understanding of the old man's character. He couldn't rule out the possibility that he had deliberately framed Yun Mubai, and the one who had captured Yun Mubai was indeed Xianxia. From beginning to end he had only been a messenger, nothing more. Really? Yun Tingting was still doubtful. Lu Yin frowned. With my strength as an enlighter, how could I have found out that your father was redback? Even entering the smoke cloud sect is unlikely. Moreover, how long has it been since I Long Qi left the Lianshan mountain range? Is it so easy to find out that I'm still a redback? At most they'll be spies. Yun Tingting thought about it and agreed. The three Guan brothers. Those three were unlucky. They found someone to scheme against me and happened to find my friend. Right, you've met her before. She's Yu Hua Mavis. Yun Tingting's expression turned strange and she didn't know what to say. Redbacks and stowaways were both enemies of the cosmic tree. Redbacks had actually found a stowaway to scheme against another stowaway. They were truly unlucky. Have you thought it through? I'm going into seclusion. If you haven't, it might be a long time before we meet again, Lu Yin said impatiently. Yun Tingting gritted her teeth. I have a condition. Speak. Since you were able to sneak into the cosmic tree, you must have a way to go back. Send me back and I'll tell you the smoke cloud sect's ancestor Yan's battle techniques. Lu Yin laughed. Don't you know how often stowaways go there? If it's so easy to get to the cosmic tree, would they have forgotten about us so easily? Wouldn't there be rumors about the fifth mainland? Yun Tingting's eyes flickered. Lu Yin activated his gadget and a screen appeared. It was a scene of Wang Yi's match in the Supreme Tournament. Do you know this person? Yun Tingting was shocked. The martial god Emperor Yi? Lu Yin replied, I can tell you how he got here. You can find him yourself, but whether or not you can return is up to you. In any case, I won't help you. At most, I won't get in your way. Yun Tingting thought about it for a moment. All right, you have to keep your word. Long Qi is my witness. She knows me well and I'm a trustworthy person, Lu Yin said matter-of-factly. Not long after, Lu Yin told Gu Shaoer the method to upgrade the white smoke. Of course, he knew about it himself, but he had never cultivated the white smoke, so he didn't know the smoke ancestor's inheritance. He wasn't even interested in the smoke cloud incarnation, but the 9 clones technique was different. Gu Shaoer excitedly explained the method to Old Lonesome, and Lu Yin and Old Lonesome came to an agreement. If they could successfully upgrade the quality of the white smoke, they would send 10,000 wisps of white smoke to the Great Eastern Alliance. Only after ensuring that 10,000 people could use it normally would Lu Yin give them the smoke cloud incarnation battle technique. Yun Tingting also had to wait for Lu Yin and Old Lonesome to fulfill their agreement before she could leave. Lu Yin was also worried that Yun Tingting would tamper with the battle technique. After settling this matter, Lu Yin went to find Elder Gong and applied to learn the 5th level of the serious art. Elder Gong did not refuse and personally taught him. 10 days later, Lu Yin bid farewell to Daikyu. With Elder Jioshan's help, Lu Yin brought Luotian and Lu Yefei across the cosmic sea and into the Innerverse. Of the 5th mainland, Lu Yin had explored the cosmic sea the least. He had only fought here when the 6th mainland had invaded, but he had never been here again. The cosmic sea had many changes, and he had always relied on the strength of absolute powerhouses to pass through, such as Elder Jioshan. Kid, take this. Elder Jioshan tossed something to Lu Yin that looked like a token. Lu Yin caught it and filled his eyes with star energy. He saw a sea of rune lines that were comparable to the upgraded miniature armor. That's the Star Lord token, a power vessel that I created. It contains stars and is activated by the Sirius art, allowing you to use Sirius sword techniques and Sirius palms. It's used to protect your life. Be careful, don't die, Elder Jioshan warned. He looked like a youth, but his voice was filled with vicissitudes of life. Lu Yin did not dare to underestimate Elder Jioshan, as this old freak's strength was comparable to invincible sages. I understand. Elder, I have a request. Speak. Although Elder Jioshan found Lu Yin to be an eyesore because of the diagram, he had to be patient. Even he had to admit that this kid had a high chance of becoming a progenitor in the future, and the Sirius sect's supreme inheritance still depended on him. Lu Yin coughed. The sect seems to have a secret technique called stellar shift. Elder Zhou Xian grumbled, you really guessed it. You've been staring at stellar shift all this time, haven't you? Lu Yin smirked. Well, Lu Yin was stunned. Why? Elder Zhou Xian's expression turned solemn. What do you think a secret technique is? A cabbage? Can anyone learn it? And there's no limit? Every secret technique was created by a progenitor and contains their comprehension of cultivation. It's fine if you learn one or two, but if you learn too many, your body will be crippled. That's right. You can't learn too many secret techniques, Mr. Lu Yi added. Lu Yin was disappointed, but it did not matter to him. Revolving star passage technique was a secret technique for escaping, and he had the secret seal of plan as well as a source box array like the greater teleportation array. It did not matter whether or not he had revolving star passage technique. Elder Zhou Xian left and Lu Yin looked towards the north. He had finally returned to the Innerverse. If he had not guessed wrong, this should be the first flow zone. Lu Yin took out his collapsible spacecraft and headed towards Fennel Flow Zone with Luo Xin and Willow Flyflower in the other. Although the spacecraft was slow, Lu Yin could still handle some matters calmly. When he left the Sirius sect, he did not pick up a few calls. Not long after, his gadget rang. It was Xianxia. Brother Lu, why don't you come to my Wen family for a chat? It's about the sevenfold literary prison, Lu Yin said directly. The reason why he had imprisoned Wen Yisan and the others in Mount Supreme was slowly starting to show. He had spent a lot of money to trap them and he had to make them cough up this debt. The first was the Smokescreen Mountain Range and the second was the Wen family. Brother Lu is straightforward. What price does my Wen family have to pay for Lu Yin to be willing to teach us? Xianxia asked. If you're sincere, then go to Fennel Flow Zone for a chat, Lu Yin said before ending the call. He was not worried about angering the Wen family as he really did not care right now. He had just ended his call with Xianxia when someone else contacted him. This time it was Madame Yu. When Luo Xin heard Madame Yu's voice, her expression changed and she looked at Lu Yin nervously. Your has been taken away by the Sword Sect. Alliance Master Lu, I heard that you're back. Can you help my Yo court? Madame Yu's voice was bleak and she sounded exhausted. Lu Yin replied, if you want to join the Great Eastern Alliance, then we'll talk at Fennel Flow Zone. He then ended the call. The Yo court had split from the Yu family, but they were still one entity. When Madame Yu had contacted him for the first time, he had felt that something was amiss. Since the Yo court had been discovered to be in possession of the Yo symbol, why hadn't the Yu family pursued the matter? Why hadn't the Yo court returned to the Yu family after being threatened by the Sword Sect? They were facing some unknown danger and Lu Yin did not want to shoulder it, even if he was not afraid. There was nothing in the Fifth Mainland that he was afraid of. Of the remaining 6 half-ancestors, 3 of them were helping him and the head inquisitor was even his senior. If word of this relationship got out, then he would truly be the Fifth Mainland's crown prince. The spacecraft headed towards Fennel Flow Zone, and Luo Xin subconsciously leaned against Lu Yin's shoulder. She knew that once they returned to the Outerverse, it would be difficult for them to spend time together like this again. This period of time had been wonderful for her, and the racing within Aurora Stronghold had been especially beautiful. Lu Yin did not know that while he had been at the Sirius sect, something major had happened in the Outerverse. Shamrock Enterprises had cut off all supplies of medicine to the Great Eastern Alliance, and they had refused to sell it even if they had the money to do so. Lu Yin had also stopped Shamrock Enterprises from moving their headquarters into Jia Mountain, so Shamrock Enterprises naturally retaliated. And the one who had dealt with Shamrock Enterprises was Xianxia. Chapter 1589. Shamrock Enterprises had not expected that Xianxia had been guarding against them all this time. Ever since the Great Eastern Alliance had been established, she had been secretly buying up pharmaceutical companies of all sizes. Now that Shamrock Enterprises and the Great Eastern Alliance had started fighting, the medicines that she had bought from over 100 pharmaceutical companies had flowed directly into the Great Eastern Alliance. At the same time, she had cut off the supply of medicines to Shamrock Enterprises. No matter how powerful Shamrock Enterprises was, they could not survive on their own. They needed to buy all sorts of raw materials, whether it was medicine or equipment, but Xianxia had cut them off. She had cut off Shamrock Enterprises' source of raw materials, causing them to be unable to produce half of their medicines. However, the other half could still be produced. Shamrock Enterprises had more than 100,000 planets that specialized in growing raw materials, so they were able to guarantee a supply for a short period of time. A fight in the pharmaceutical industry had begun in the outerverse and spread to the innerverse. Xianxia remained calm as she continuously used her gadget to communicate with someone. Her maid, Xiaonan, followed her instructions and gave orders to various departments. Young Master, 27 companies have already been paralyzed. Most of their raw materials come from Shamrock Enterprises and now they've cut off their exports, Xiaonan reported to Xianxia. Xianxia did not mind. That's expected. Shamrock Enterprises took longer to act than I expected. It seems that Lu Yin has caused them some misgivings. Young Master, the number has increased to 40. I estimate that in less than 2 days all of the pharmaceutical companies under our control will be paralyzed, and the losses will be great. Shamrock Enterprises will only lose 1 batch of medicines at most. 1 batch? OF. Shamrock Enterprises has been monopolizing the pharmaceutical industry for so many years. Do they really think that no one else has done anything? These 100 companies have perished together with them, Xianxia said. Any giant that monopolized an industry would be secretly boycotted by its peers, and Shamrock Enterprises was no exception. They had never cared, and without the Great Eastern Alliance, they would have continued to monopolize the industry and become the overlord. Xianxia had seen this and had been preparing for this for several years. The Great Eastern Alliance could not be choked by others. Half of their medicines are only for the outerverse. Their business in the innerverse hasn't been affected, Xiaonan mumbled. Xianxia was about to speak when her gadget rang. She glanced at it. They finally contacted me. The call connected and Lu Yin's voice came through. I heard that the outerverse is very lively. Xianxia smiled. Alliance Master, what are your instructions? Nothing, just asking. Do you want me to help? Lu Yin asked as he had only just found out about what had happened in the outerverse. It was an all-out confrontation with Shamrock Enterprises, which was a huge matter. Even though Shamrock Enterprises could not compare to the Day-Night clan, they were still a colossus. If Lu Yin did not have enough experts on his side, then Shamrock Enterprises would be able to suppress the Great Eastern Alliance. Those from the outerverse would be completely useless, even if the Sea King's Dome and the Elders were added to the mix. It's different for the time being. I have a way to deal with them. I definitely won't be able to win as their foundation is too deep. However, I can delay them and discuss them. I've already calculated the losses and it's within an acceptable range, said Xianxia. Lu Yin grunted. What do you plan to do next? He was really curious. If he did not make a move against Shamrock Enterprises, would Xianxia be able to do anything? Xianxia smiled. I've always believed in one principle. The enemy we're facing is, first and foremost, people, resources, heritage, and strength. They're all additional, so we just have to deal with people. What do you mean? Lu Yin was flabbergasted. Beside him, Luotian heard the conversation and was curious as well. Xianxia explained, everyone has to eat and live. Everyone has their own desires. How many people does Shamrock Enterprises employ? How much do they spend on living? Lu Yin understood as Xianxia was targeting the most basic of people. He had to admit that this woman was indeed smart. Shamrock Enterprises might have thought that the Great Eastern Alliance would go against them in the pharmaceutical industry and even send out powerhouses to rob them of their medicine, but they would not have thought of these most common things, which just so happen to be the most basic of things. Life, transportation, and so do cultivators, Lu Yin muttered. After ending the call, Lu Yin saw Luotian's astonished expression and found it funny. What are you thinking about? Luotian sighed in admiration. She's so smart. Lu Yin replied, the higher you stand the further you can see and you tend to overlook the bottom of your feet. You might not even know how to solve a child's problem. That's not being smart, it's just looking at the problem from a different perspective. Oh, Luotian acknowledged. Since he did not need to do anything, he was happy to watch the show. He wanted to see how long Xianxia could cause a ruckus. The universe was dark, but there were also gorgeous celestial bodies that were of all colors. Spacecraft after spacecraft flew out from the planet and headed towards the innerverse. Shamrock Enterprises' logo could be seen on the exterior of these spacecraft, which meant that they had come from the planet where they cultivated medicinal ingredients. "Captain, there's still half a month before we reach the Astral River, Arkansas. You should rest first," a woman said in the spacecraft's control room. She held a drink in her hand and looked at the man in front of her with admiration. This man was the captain of this spacecraft, a cruiser who had worked for Shamrock Enterprises for 100 years and had never made a mistake. It was said that he would soon break through to the Hunter realm, and at that time his status would change greatly. He might even be able to take up a post in the Innerverse. "Rest? Where would I have time to rest? I can't be careless," the captain said with a heavy tone. The woman was puzzled. "We've been transporting medicinal ingredients for many years, and no one has ever dared to touch Shamrock Enterprises' goods. What are you worried about, Captain?" The captain smiled bitterly. "That's because we didn't have any enemies before, but now we have the Outerverse's greatest enemy." Just as he finished speaking, a ray of light flashed in the distance and the spacecraft's alarm sounded. "Captain, the spacecraft has been damaged. An enemy." Someone cried out in alarm. The captain's eyes widened as he stared into the distance. A man was standing in space, and from his attire, it was obvious that he was an interstellar pirate. He hurriedly shouted, "This is Shamrock Enterprises' spacecraft. Do you wish to become enemies with Shamrock Enterprises?" The man carried a broadsword and grinned cruelly. "Leave the goods behind and you can scram." "How dare you?" the captain barked, and the spacecraft shot beams at the man. Shamrock Enterprises had naturally made preparations for transporting medicinal ingredients, and they were more than enough to deal with an ordinary attack. However, in the Outerverse, a hunter was already considered a powerhouse, and the defenses that Shamrock Enterprises had prepared for their Outerverse transport spacecraft were clearly not at the level of a hunter. Soon all of the medicinal ingredients were stolen, and everyone from Shamrock Enterprises, including the captain, could only take a small spacecraft. "Captain, these pirates actually dare to rob Shamrock Enterprises' goods. They're too impudent." The woman inside the spacecraft was furious. The captain was bitter. "Do you really think that he's a pirate? A pirate?" The woman was confused. The captain looked to the east. The conflict between the Great Eastern Alliance and Shamrock Enterprises was becoming more and more intense, and they had even resorted to such methods. It seemed like Shamrock Enterprises could not even take away the medicinal ingredients that they had cultivated in the Outerverse. "Let's head to the Innerverse first." The captain made a prompt decision. Even if they returned to their planet and transported the medicinal ingredients, it would be useless since they could not take them away. There was one thing that the captain was overthinking. He wanted to return to the Innerverse and wait for orders from headquarters, but to do so he had to take the Astral River Arc, which was controlled by the Great Eastern Alliance. Although the Blazing Mist Flow Zone had been handed over to the Ross Empire and the Dragon Clan, the Astral River Arc had not been abandoned, and it would not be abandoned. No one from Shamrock Enterprises was allowed to leave the Outerverse. Xianxia's method of dealing with Shamrock Enterprises was to prevent them from operating normally, at least in the Outerverse. It would be very difficult for them to return to the Innerverse. A similar scene was occurring in various parts of the Outerverse. The Innerverse was also being restricted by the mainland's shipping routes and the various flow zones pirates. Under these circumstances, Shamrock Enterprises activated all of their hidden seeds. Any seed that had been recognized and cultivated by Shamrock Enterprises was no ordinary person. Lu Yin's classmate Jisoo had the innate gift of void explosion. The moment that Shamrock Enterprises' seeds were mobilized was also the moment that the company revealed its fangs. This commercial giant that had dominated the Fifth Mainland displayed a shocking strength. The seeds that they had cultivated were all experts, and they caused the pirates to suffer heavy losses. There were also seeds within the Great Eastern Alliance, and they were hidden within the Astral River Arc, which had nearly caused the vessel to lose control and change owners. To the Great Eastern Alliance, this was a war. Thus, the Alliance's experts were mobilized, and the conflict with Shamrock Enterprises grew more and more intense. Far away from the Astral River Arc within the Dark Mist Weave, a figure was fleeing towards the north while being chased by Great Eastern Alliance experts from various places, including the 9 allied nations, Evenground Palace and Aegis. Suddenly the figure was enveloped by a black fog and he died. Topmist walked out with an astonished expression. "That's one of Shamrock Enterprises' seeds? What a powerful innate gift. He was only a cruiser, but he almost escaped." This person almost caused the Astral River Arc to change owners. If he had succeeded, no one would have been able to withstand His Highness' fury. A woman's voice came from not too far away from Top Mist. It was the Melder Mistchild from before, and she had now become an explorer. Her cultivation was progressing rapidly. One person can't steal the Astral River Arc, but Shamrock Enterprises' seeds are truly powerful. If all of the Innerverse seeds are mobilized, then the Great Eastern Alliance will be in trouble. The explorer Mistchild looked towards the south. When would His Highness return? She desperately wanted Lu Yin's poison, as only Lu Yin could provide her with enough to increase her strength. In the Glory Realm, Yan's expression turned ugly, as he had underestimated the Great Eastern Alliance's preparations. Based on the current situation, the Great Eastern Alliance had definitely been prepared to make an enemy out of the Outerverse Weave. At the very least, they had treated the Outerverse Weave as an imaginary enemy. The Outerverse Shamrock Enterprises could be considered to have been crippled. Not to mention the medicinal ingredients, even Yumu could not return. The seeds that had been scattered throughout the Outerverse had also been severely damaged. If the Innerverse wanted to provide reinforcements, it would be tantamount to declaring war on the Great Eastern Alliance. Yan had never imagined that the conflict would develop to this point, and he was starting to lose control. He could not declare war on the Great Eastern Alliance. Although the Great Eastern Alliance had not been established for long, it was very stable due to the fact that it had combined the interests of all parties. The Great Eastern Alliance could afford to waste time, but Shamrock Enterprises could not. Chapter 1590. Not only because of the resources but also because of the confidential project. That project required too much resources and could not be delayed. As he thought about it, he immediately contacted Yumu. King Yi is about to come out of seclusion. If this matter isn't resolved, I won't have a good time and you'll be in an even worse state. This whole thing started because of your stupidity. Yumu ended the call and his eyes flickered. Shamrock Enterprises wasn't afraid of the Great Eastern Alliance, but they couldn't afford to suffer such great losses. The Great Eastern Alliance's preparations were far too thorough, and this had completely exceeded his expectations. Helpless, Yumu finally contacted Lu Yin. Lu Yin was already very close to the Fennel Flow Zone, and he had left the matter of dealing with Shamrock Enterprises to Xianxia. He had not interfered since it would not cause too much of a ruckus. Shamrock Enterprises knew about Lu Yin's background, and it was impossible for them to escalate into a full-blown war. Now, it all depended on who would compromise first and who would not be able to hold back. His gadget beeped and he glanced at it. His lips curled up as he answered, "Speak." Yumu's voice rang out. "Alliance Master Lu, I was wrong about Director Tsongying. I can compensate you. The Hall of Honor is one of the 9 directors of the Hall of Honor, and you're specifically targeting my Great Eastern Alliance. Can you afford to compensate me?" Yumu clenched his fists. "Alliance Master Lu, you've already made it impossible for Shamrock Enterprises to gain a foothold in Border Mountain. Do you really want to become enemies with Shamrock Enterprises? Are you threatening me? I wouldn't dare. With Alliance Master Lu's current status, I, Yumu, am only a nobody. Please give me a chance." Both Shamrock Enterprises and the Great Eastern Alliance hope to end this dispute. You're the ones who started this conflict. Yumu felt helpless. He had been very happy when he had started the conflict, but who would have thought that the Great Eastern Alliance would be so well prepared? They had completely treated Shamrock Enterprises as their mortal enemy and had not played by the rules. This had caused Shamrock Enterprises to suffer losses that exceeded their initial estimates, and their subsequent losses might even affect their grand plan. This was absolutely unacceptable. Alliance Master Lu, you can take a look at the data I sent you. It's only been half a month since the conflict began, but the Great Eastern Alliance has already lost 3 times as many cultivators as usual due to the lack of timely medical supplies. Moreover, this number will only increase due to the conflict. This is not a good thing for the Great Eastern Alliance, Yumu said. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. So many losses. The data is proof, Yumu said seriously. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. I didn't even manage to check the Great Eastern Alliance's data, but you managed to do it before me. Impressive. Yumu's heart sank and his voice was a little hoarse. Shamrock Enterprises has accumulated a lot of information and data over the years. It's not difficult to calculate them. Lu Yin did not harp on this point. Data was a weapon, and he was clear that he would leave this matter to Wei Rong, as he had to obtain Shamrock Enterprises data. So, does Boss Yu intend to resolve this dispute with just a few words? I, Yumu, am willing to pay the price and do my best, said Yumu. Luyin thought about it. There's nothing about you that's worth my attention. Yumu asked, Alliance Master Lu, do you know anything about King Yi? Tell me about it. The Leaf King is the founder of Shamrock Enterprises. He has a long history and even Master Yuan might not be his match. He represents creation and healing, and his combat power is at least over 1 million. It's not that Shamrock Enterprises doesn't have the ability to move our headquarters to Jie Mountain, but we haven't done so. Although we can't compare to the Mavis Bank and Aurora Corporation, we still have the ability to protect ourselves. Offending King Yi over a meaningless dispute isn't a good thing for Alliance Master Lu, Yumu said slowly. He was not threatening Lu Yin and his words were rather pertinent. Lu Yin replied, offending such a powerhouse is indeed unwise. Then let's talk about compensation. Yumu's eyes lit up. Please. Shamrock Enterprises is supposed to provide 10 times the resources to the Great Eastern Alliance. At the same time, Shamrock Enterprises will bear all of the losses caused by this dispute. Don't try to deny it. You've already shown me the data, Lu Yin said. Yumu was stunned as he had never thought that the data that he had used to convince Lu Yin would become the standard for compensation. Alliance Master Lu, your request is too much. I'm not discussing this with you. This dispute is just a small matter and I'm not getting involved. If I do, I can mobilize Leon's armada to stop Shamrock Enterprises' development in the Cosmic Sea. I can also mobilize the Sirius sect to stop your development in the Neoverse. I forgot to tell you, but I'm now a disciple of the Sirius sect. I don't even need to bow when I see the sect master, Lu Yin said slowly. He did not care if Yumu could accept this request, as Yumu did not have the qualifications to agree to his conditions. I have to report this to the higher-ups, Yumu said helplessly. Lu Yin immediately hung up. Aren't you afraid that he won't agree? Luo Shen was curious and her eyes sparkled as she looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin replied, it doesn't matter. They don't have a choice whether they agree or not. Then what about the medicine? Luo Shen asked. Lu Yin smiled. I'll ask the Hall of Honor for it. There are a few directors helping me so I won't run out of medicine. Luo Shen nodded and looked at Lu Yin with admiration. Lu Yin enjoyed this gaze, but he found it hard to accept Luo Shen's feelings. He could only wait for time to fade away. One day later, just as Lu Yin was about to reach Fennel Flow Zone, his gadget beeped again. It was an unfamiliar number. Lu Yin accepted the call and a pleasant voice answered, Alliance Master Lu? You are? Lu Yin was puzzled. Shamrock Enterprises Innerverse President, Balsam. Lu Yin was stunned. So it's the Innerverse President. Yen is your secretary? That's right. Does Alliance Master Lu have time? Let's have a chat, Balsam said. Lu Yin replied, go ahead. Balsam switched the call to a screen and Lu Yin's eyes lit up. He had never thought that the president of Shamrock Enterprises Innerverse would be such a stunning beauty. Lu Yin's gaze was pure and there were no distracting thoughts. Balsam met his gaze and calmly said, Shamrock Enterprises is not afraid of competition or war. However, we are businessmen and if we can solve problems with money we try not to use force. So you agree to my conditions? Lu Yin asked. The Outerverse Shamrock Enterprises has already allocated a lot of resources to the Great Eastern Alliance. Those resources were originally provided to deal with the Sixth Mainland, and even after the war with the Sixth Mainland ended, we did not withdraw those resources. This is a sign of respect to the Great Eastern Alliance. Thank you, Lu Yin said as he was aware of this. Every year, although those resources aren't much, they aren't little either. After all, they are provided to the enormous Great Eastern Alliance. But if we increase those resources by 10 times, do you know what that means? It means that the Outerverse Shamrock Enterprises will be on the verge of collapse, and they will only be able to replenish their resources from the Innerverse. Lu Yin did not believe her. Balsam tried her best to appear sincere. She intentionally explained the situation of Shamrock Enterprises operations to Lu Yin. If we increase our resources by 10 times every year, it will be quite a burden for Shamrock Enterprises. Since we previously provided a lot of resources to the Great Eastern Alliance, Alliance Master Lu should be able to sense Shamrock Enterprises' sincerity. Lu Yin did not know whether she was telling the truth or not, as he did not have any talent for business. Xianxia was able to argue with Balsam, but he did not even have the heart to argue with her. He immediately took out the red bell that was the head referee's command token. Balsam's pupils shrank and she stared at Lu Yin in shock. Lu Yin raised a hand and the stars revolved, transforming into serious swordsmanship. Balsam was shocked once again. You should understand what serious swordsmanship means to the serious sect, and you should also understand the significance of this bell. In that case, if you include the influence it will have on the 9 directors, then I'd like to hear what kind of price Shamrock Enterprises will have to pay if they want to stop this dispute. This dispute had started because of Shamrock Enterprises, and Lu Yin also wanted compensation from Shamrock Enterprises. He did not think that he would be able to subdue Shamrock Enterprises with a single dispute, as that was not realistic. Thus he had also agreed to Xianxia's request not to interfere. Now that Balsam had specifically contacted him, he knew that this dispute would not last for long. The only issue was compensation, so there was no need to drag it out any longer. Balsam knew that Lu Yin could influence the 9 directors and that he had a good relationship with the head referee and Elder Chan, but she had never thought that Lu Yin would even have the head referee's command token. Furthermore, his cultivation of serious swordsmanship had allowed her to understand Lu Yin's status in the serious sect. Furthermore, he had Master Yuan, Everlasting Sky Island and the Lockbreaker Society behind him. All of these factors added up to make Lu Yin's status incomparably high. Balsam had never thought that a youth like Lu Yin would be able to reach such a level. The halo of the Great Eastern Alliance's Alliance Master had attracted all of their attention, and they had neglected the even more terrifying influence behind him. To be able to become the president of Shamrock Enterprises Innerverse, Balsam was much more decisive than Lu Yin. 10 times the resources is impossible. I'm willing to pay 500 million star essence to resolve this dispute as well as compensate the Great Eastern Alliance for the losses caused by the lack of medicine. Alliance Master Lu, this is the bottom line that I can accept, Balsam said. 10 times the resources was not as much as 500 million star essence, but that was an amount that had to be paid every year. Adding it all up over many years was not a simple matter. Furthermore, Shamrock Enterprises had the money, and they were only afraid that they would run out of medicine, which would cause them to be unable to operate. That would be the worst-case scenario. Lu Yin agreed and the dispute ended there. Shamrock Enterprises would be on high alert against the Great Eastern Alliance because of this dispute, but this time only Xianxia had acted. Wei Rong, who was the most sinister, had not acted. Next time when Lu Yin was ready, he would swallow Shamrock Enterprises whole. His main concern was still the mysterious Leaf King. Right, stop the dispute and don't spread the news of the compensation. It'll be beneficial to both of us, Lu Yin reminded. Balsam took a deep look at Lu Yin, and her heart filled with boundless apprehension. This person had just ended his dispute with Shamrock Enterprises, and now he was scheming against others. It was no wonder why he could become the Great Eastern Alliance's Alliance Master and unify the Outerverse. 500 million star essence was not a lot to Lu Yin, but it was not a small amount either. Xianxia received an order to stop all actions against Shamrock Enterprises and return everything to normal. However, she also received another order at the same time, Shamrock Enterprises recapture plan. There were only 9 words and the rest were to be filled in by Xianxia and Wei Rong. Lu Yin did not need to do everything himself. He looked up and saw that they had arrived at Fennel Flow Zone. Chapter 1591. Fennel Flow Zone was the gateway to the Gu Flow Zone, and it was like a small island in the middle of the Astral River. Although it was small and was not even as large as Northline Flow Zone, it was still very lively. The Gu Flow Zone was unique in the Innerverse, and it hid all sorts of poisonous insects and monsters. Many people's cultivation levels were not high enough, so they wanted to learn these unorthodox techniques. Even the 6th mainland had not been able to attack the Divine Gu dynasty, which made the Gu Flow Zone even more mysterious and attractive. The price of the venomous worms from the Gu Flow Zone was also very high. Now that Gu Flow Zone had been occupied by the Great Eastern Alliance, the former powers would either have to submit or be dealt with. Lu Yin did not care about any of that. Ah! Luotian screamed. Her face was pale as she stared at the venomous bug that was crawling outside the spacecraft. She quickly hid behind Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked over and his mouth twitched. How disgusting. This poisonous insect was like a combination of a centipede and a toad. It had 100 legs, but it had a toad's head. There were many pustules on its head. It was disgusting no matter how one looked at it. With a casual wave of his hand, the venomous bug fell to the ground. Lu Yin's eyes filled with star energy as he looked into outer space. There were rune lines everywhere, some more, some less, and all of them were floating venomous bugs. Some venomous bugs were even bigger than spaceships, and there were many spaceships in space. These spaceships were all hunting for venomous bugs. Venomous bugs were not limited to the starry skies. There were countless types of venomous bugs in the surrounding planets. Goddess Lua was afraid. In a place like this, even men would be afraid, let alone her. Fennel Flow Zone had been occupied by the Great Eastern Alliance, and when Lu Yin arrived, he was greeted by Wei Rong and Ku Wei. "Boss, you're finally here. Boss, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Ku Wei immediately hugged Lu Yin. Lu Yin was speechless and he kicked Ku Wei aside. "How rude. Call me master." In order to rescue Ku Wei from the Ku family, Lu Yin had become Ku Wei's lock-breaking master. "Master, you're finally back. Little Wei has suffered without you." Ku Wei howled. At this moment, another miserable howl resounded in the surroundings, attracting the attention of countless people within the Great Eastern Alliance. "Alliance Master, you're back. Little Tan has been waiting for you for a long time." It was Elder Tan from the Blaze Realm who had completely changed after joining Lu Yin. Ku Wei angrily glared at Elder Tan. "Get lost. Don't get in the way of me being close to my master." Elder Tan ignored him. "Alliance Master, Little Tan has been waiting for you for a long time." Lu Yin rolled his eyes and his star energy surged, sending the two of them flying. Luotian giggled at the sight. Wei Rong bowed to Lu Yin. "Welcome home, Your Highness." Lu Yin nodded and had someone help Luotian settle down. He then led Lu Yefei and Wei Rong to the green light forest that was closest to the Gu Flow Zone. This was also where Wei Rong and the other upper echelons of the Great Eastern Alliance were staying. The green light forest was the most valuable place in the Fennel Flow Zone, and it was also the closest place to the Gu Flow Zone. It was neither a planet nor a continent, but rather the shriveled corpse of a giant poisonous insect that had died countless years ago. The corpse was covered in trees, and the most amazing thing was that these trees could produce green light fruits that were immune to most of the Gu Flow Zone's poisonous gas. They could also avoid being corroded by many poisonous insects. The green light fruit was a must-have item for cultivators entering the Gu Flow Zone. It had once been in the hands of the Divine Gu Dynasty, but now it had been obtained by the Great Eastern Alliance. "The Divine Gu Dynasty allowed us to obtain the green light forest?" Wei Rong explained. "The legend of the Divine Gu Dynasty was established in the Gu Flow Zone, which is too difficult to attack. However, outside of the Gu Flow Zone, their methods are more bizarre than the sword sects, but they aren't that strong. This chapter is not finished, so please turn the page. My Great Eastern Alliance could only retreat from the Gu Flow Zone, but as compensation we promised to guard the Fennel Flow Zone for them. We also promised to share the information of anyone who enters the Gu Flow Zone with the Divine Gu Dynasty. The Divine Gu Dynasty values the Gu Flow Zone's geographical environment too much." Lu Yin immediately saw the problem. The Divine Gu Dynasty did not care about the Gu Flow Zone too much, and they believed that no one could invade the Gu Flow Zone. Not even the Sixth Mainland could do so, let alone the Great Eastern Alliance. Wei Rong smiled. "I like their confidence." Lu Yin smiled and then looked to the west. "Master, I'll show you around the Fennel Flow Zone." Ku Wei found an opportunity to flatter Lu Yin. Elder Tan was not to be outdone. "Alliance Master, I'll show you around the Gu Flow Zone." "Master, I've prepared many delicacies for you." "Alliance Master, I've prepared many beauties for you." Lu Yin did not want to bother with them. Lu Yefei was rather curious about the Fennel Flow Zone, and she did not speak along the way. Wei Rong and the others could not tell how strong Lu Yefei was. If they knew that Lu Yefei was a powerhouse with a power level of over 700,000, their attitudes would definitely change. Not long after, Lu Yin stepped into the green light forest and arrived at the first stop in the Innerverse that truly belonged to the Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Yin's arrival attracted the Divine Gu Dynasty's attention, but it was just attention. The Divine Gu Dynasty did not care about anything in the outside world. Every once in a while, the Gu Flow Zone would have a poisonous tide that would spread to the surroundings. Even the tributaries of the Astral River would be contaminated, and Lu Yin's arrival had coincidentally coincided with a poisonous tide. He stood in the green light forest and looked at the countless strange poisonous creatures that streaked across the universe. There were also all sorts of poisonous gases. Lu Yin sighed. How spectacular. He felt that he should make a trip to the Divine Gu dynasty and obtain some poisons so that he could improve rapidly. Facts had proven that poisons were very useful in battle. Every year, a huge group of people will be attracted to the Gu flow zone after the poisonous tide. The poisonous creatures that are rarely seen in the depths of the Gu flow zone will be spewed out, including some celestial bodies that are covered in poisonous creatures. Wei Rong's expression changed. It's a nascent soul. It's a very powerful poisonous creature that's as large as a planet. It's not easy to provoke it in the Gu flow zone. A shadow passed overhead, and Lu Yin looked up to see an incomparably large monster covered in poisonous gases of various colors. He could even see mountains and swamps. This nascent soul was definitely a powerhouse in this region of space, and its rune lines neared 450,000. This nascent soul has appeared. Even if the poisonous tide ends, it'll have to wait for a few days before leaving. It'll only be safe after it returns to the Gu flow zone, Wei Rong said helplessly. What an interesting bug. Do you remember the poisonous bug we encountered in the mortal realm? It's very similar, Fei Hua said. Mr. Lu Yi replied, it's indeed similar, but it's a little smaller. I'll go catch it and take a look. Let's go together. The two then vanished. Wei Rong was confused. Your Highness, what about these two? Let them be. They're just bugs, Lu Yin said nonchalantly. Wei Rong's expression changed slightly and he looked at Lu Yin seriously. Things had changed. In the past, Lu Yin would have treated this nascent soul seriously, but now it was just a bug? Regardless of whether it was Lu Yi or Lu Yin, this nascent soul was just a bug that Lu Yin could easily deal with. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Lu Yin had survived half a team of ordinary envoys with a power level of more than 500,000, and his perspective was completely different from before. Lu Yi and Fei Hua were both terrifying powerhouses with power levels over 700,000. If they worked together, even Long Kue would admit that he was no match for them. They were strong enough to fight against powerhouses with power levels over 800,000. They were already close to Master Yuan, and this nascent soul was just a bug. The Great Eastern Alliance had many experts in the Fennel Flow Zone, but none of them were top-notch. The strongest was Duan Day Knight, who was a powerhouse with a power level of 430,000 from the Day Knight clan, but he could not deal with this nascent soul. What they did not know was that this nascent soul had not been spat out by the toxic tide for no reason. Instead, it had been released by the Divine Venomous Dynasty. They had not done anything to the Great Eastern Alliance, but rather to intimidate them. The Divine Venomous Dynasty did not care about the Fennel Flow Zone, as they believed that no one could do anything to them. However, that was only because the Fennel Flow Zone was easy to defend and difficult to attack. They needed to maintain the Gu Flow Zone's mysteriousness and fear. Once this nascent soul appeared, no one would dare to enter the Gu Flow Zone, and their impression of the Gu Flow Zone would only deepen. This was the Divine Venomous Dynasty's method. They had their own way of surviving, and they did not disregard the other powers of the Fifth Mainland. Within the Gu Flow Zone, a group of people stood in outer space. Countless poisonous creatures streaked past them, but they did not react to them at all. It was as if they did not exist. Prince, those people outside probably won't dare to enter for at least half a year after seeing this nascent soul, someone said with a flattering smile. The rest of the people quickly followed suit. The person in the middle was a middle-aged man. When he heard this, his lips curled up and he proudly said, "Of course. They wouldn't dare to enter even if they had 10 times the guts." The Great Eastern Alliance must be frightened as well. Every year during the poisonous beast tide, the prince will toss out some powerful poisonous creatures, which should be enough to deter the Great Eastern Alliance from acting rashly. The prince's wisdom is unparalleled. If those idiots from the Blaze Realm had even half of the prince's wisdom, then they would not have been destroyed by the Great Eastern Alliance. The man laughed. How can the Blaze Realm compare to the Divine Venomous Dynasty? Since my brother has entrusted this task to me, I naturally have to handle it well. At that moment, a mournful cry rang out from the distance. Everyone's expressions changed as they looked over. They saw the nascent soul struggling violently as if it had suffered an unimaginable attack, but it was completely useless. A strange laugh rang out. "Little bug, you still dare to resist?" The nascent soul's body then shrank, and it fell into the green forest before disappearing. "Be gentle. Don't kill it." Another voice rang out. "Don't worry. Bugs can take a beating so they won't die. Be gentle." The group within the goo flow zone was stunned. The nascent soul had been captured? Little bug. The prince gulped. It had to be an emissary. Aside from an emissary, who else could have captured the nascent soul so easily? The Fennel Flow Zone actually had an emissary, and it was an expert from the Great Eastern Alliance. Wasn't there supposed to be no emissaries within the Great Eastern Alliance? The nascent soul had only managed to capture the nascent soul because of the experts from the Sea King's Dome. Where had this emissary come from? Furthermore, there were two of them. "Let's go back to the dynasty," the prince said decisively. He then turned around to leave as he wanted to report this matter to his brother. The Great Eastern Alliance had concealed itself too deeply, and there were actually two emissaries overseeing the Fennel Flow Zone. What were they planning to do? With the two emissaries' abilities, they should have been able to destroy the Ross Empire and the Sylvan Dragon clan long ago. So why had they come to the Fennel Flow Zone? Although the Great Eastern Alliance's strength was far inferior to the Sixth Mainlands when it had first attacked, the prince felt that the Great Eastern Alliance's threat was greater than the Sixth Mainlands. At the very least, the Sixth Mainland's enemy was the entire Fifth Mainland, while the Great Eastern Alliance might have set its sights on the goo flow zone. End of chapter. Chapter 1592. Just as they were about to leave, a figure appeared behind them. The prince and the rest were shocked as they had not noticed this person at all. "Everyone, Mr. Lu invites you in." It was Mr. Lu Yi. They had discovered the prince's group while capturing the baby, and they had told Lu Yin about it. Lu Yin had then asked Mr. Lu Yi to bring them here. Mr. Lu Yi had taken action and the prince and the rest could not resist, so they could only allow him to bring them to Greenlight Forest. In the distance, the baby's body had shrunk to the size of a mountain range, but its powerful aura was still shocking. Lu Yin stood not too far away from the baby and looked at Sister Fei Hua, who was muttering something to herself. Behind him, the prince's group arrived. Lu Yin turned around and looked at the prince. The prince was embarrassed as his scheme had been discovered. "So Alliance Master Lu has returned. We heard that Alliance Master Lu had gone missing, and our Divine Gu dynasty was worried about your safety." Lu Yin smiled. "Thank you. So who are you?" "Qing Li, the prince of the Divine Gu dynasty." Lu Yin was surprised. "So it's your highness." "Excuse me, but why did your highness appear at the border between the Gu Flow Zone and Fennel Flow Zone?" Qing Li replied, "My brother was worried about the safety of the cultivators in Fennel Flow Zone during the poison tide, so he had me bring some medicine to help everyone resist the poison." Lu Yin was amused as Qing Li had lied without batting an eye. He looked at the baby. "Your highness, you should know that even though this poisonous creature has no intelligence, it has a power level of over 400,000. It should be able to recognize who threw it out of the goo flow zone." Qing Li's expression changed and he fell silent. Lu Yin smiled as he was just making a casual remark and not pursuing the matter further. Besides, why should he pursue the matter? Even if the Divine Gu dynasty had intentionally thrown the poison into Fennel Flow Zone, it was their freedom to do so. When Qing Li remained silent, Lu Yin suddenly asked, "I've heard that the Divine Gu dynasty specializes in poison research. Are there any poisons that cultivators can't detect at all? Are there any poisons that cause their bodies to become numb and slow down after being poisoned?" Qing Li's eyes narrowed, but it only lasted for a moment. "There are many poisons that cultivators can't detect, and there are quite a few in the Divine Gu dynasty. Why are you asking about this?" Lu Yin was surprised. "Quite a few. Can you take a few out for me to take a look?" Qing Lu was put in a difficult position. "Alliance leader Lu, you might not know this, but poison is one of the most versatile offensive techniques of the Divine Gu dynasty. It's like a cultivator's battle technique and it cannot be casually shown to others." "What about purchasing?" Lu Yin asked. Qing Li was put in a difficult position. "We usually don't sell this." "Old man, do you know who you're talking to? My master is the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance leader, the supreme of our generation, the Hall of Honors Fatsi, the eldest disciple of Sirius Sect, an in-name disciple of Everlasting Island, a 2-star boundless advanced lockbreaker, a member of Leon's Armada, a frequent visitor of the Seven Courts, a top VIP of the Aurora Corporation and a top VIP of the Mavis Bank. I'm doing business with you because I think highly of you, so don't be so ungrateful, Ku Wei shouted as he jumped out of nowhere. His voice was so loud that Qingli jumped in fright. As a prince of the Divine Gu dynasty, he had never been shouted at like this before. Behind Qingli, someone shouted, "Impudent! Impudent! Don't you know who you're talking to? My master bought your poison because he thinks highly of you. Don't be so ignorant," roared Ku Wei. Lu Yin looked at Ku Wei in admiration. Sometimes it required such a person to be effective. However, it was difficult for Lu Yin to reveal the identities that Ku Wei had mentioned all at once, and there was no hindrance to it at all. It was the same as many times. Qing Li's face turned ugly and he glared at Ku Wei. "I'm not selling it. Can I take a look?" Lu Yin asked, his tone slightly unpleasant. Ku Wei grew impatient and he glared at Qing Li. "Hurry up and take it out. Do you want our alliance leader to do it himself? Take a look at that poisonous bug. If you don't take it out, I'll stuff you into its mouth." Qing Li was disgusted by Ku Wei, and he snorted before retrieving a poison from his cosmic ring. "This is a poison that I personally developed. It's called the 5 Steps Powder. Anyone below the hunter realm who is poisoned by this poison will die after taking 5 steps. There are no exceptions." Ku Wei hurriedly stepped forward and carefully handed it to Lu Yin. He smiled fawningly. "Master, take a look." Lu Yin did not take it and he merely glanced at it. The rune lines were close to 100,000, and its strength was similar to what Qing Li had described. "Your Highness, are you trying to fool me? What's the point of looking at this poison?" "Old brat, be sensible," Ku Wei roared. Qing Li glared at him and then gritted his teeth as he took out another poison. Although it was called a poison, it was more like a colorful snake that was only the size of a fingernail. "This is a snake poison that my Divine Gu dynasty developed. It can enter a person's body at a speed that hunters cannot avoid. Even enlighters will find it difficult to neutralize this poison." Lu Yin's eyes grew cold. "I'm talking about a poison that can paralyze a cultivator's body without them noticing." Qing Li took out a few more poisons and the most powerful one was only difficult for an enlighter to detect. Not impossible to detect. "It seems that your Highness is joking with me. I can easily tell if these poisons are poisonous or not. I hope that your Highness can take out a poison that I can't detect," Lu Yin said slowly. Ku Wei threatened, "Do you want to play in that baby's mouth?" Qing Li was helpless. "Alliance leader Lu, there are a few other poisons in the dynasty that even enlighters can't detect. However, those poisons can only be obtained by my brother." "Your Highness, have you heard of rune lines?" Lu Yin asked. Qing Li was confused. "The legendary power of the rune progenitor?" Lu Yin looked up into the distance. "Everything under the heavens has rune lines. The poisons that you mentioned earlier, which are supposed to be difficult to detect, all have rune lines. What I need are poisons that don't have rune lines at all. They're like mystical items." Qing Li's expression did not change. "Our dynasty doesn't have that. But I heard that Night King Zhenwu obtained a poison from the Divine Gu dynasty, and I've experienced that poison before," Lu Yin said. Qing Li immediately denied it. "That's impossible. Night King Zhenwu's poison definitely didn't come from my Gu flow zone." Lu Yin looked at him. "Qing Longlong told me." Qing Li was shocked. How did she know? The moment he spoke, he was stunned. When he saw Lu Yin's smug expression, his heart sank. He had been tricked. "Your Highness, how long are you going to hide this? I'll invite you to stay here as a guest, or I'll take you to the Great Eastern Alliance as a guest. I believe that young King Qing will find it difficult to stop me. 1 year, 100 years, or 1,000 years." Qing Li's face twitched and he hesitated for a moment before saying, "Tell everyone to leave." Lu Yin waved his hand and everyone else left, leaving only him and Qing Li in the room. Qing Li looked at Lu Yin seriously. "Alliance Master Lu, my Divine Gu dynasty has no enmity towards you." Lu Yin did not respond and he merely looked at Qing Li calmly. "The poison that Night King Zhenwu obtained from my Divine Gu dynasty is called Impermanence. That poison was developed from a strange flower that my brother obtained by chance. It's truly colorless and odorless and it's comparable to a wonder item. Even if you cultivate the rune progenitor's power, you won't be able to see rune lines. It's the most precious poison in my Divine Gu dynasty. The reason why we gave it to Night King Zhenwu is because an ancient powerhouse from the Day-Night group helped us establish the Divine Gu dynasty. My Divine Gu dynasty owes the Day-Night clan a favor, but we're not helping the Day-Night clan deal with Alliance Master Lu. It was only now that Lu Yin learned that the poison that he had been afflicted with on Night King planet was called impermanence. He had not even realized that he had been poisoned at the time, and if not for his withered wisdom root and his innate gift with dice, he would have died on Night King planet. I almost died back then, Lu Yin said with a sullen expression. Even though this matter did not have much to do with the Divine Gu dynasty and they did not want to deal with Lu Yin, this was still a hurdle that Lu Yin could not cross. Qingli understood as well. What do you want, Alliance Master Lu? Lu Yin stared at him. I want impermanence. Qingli frowned. My brother won't agree. Aside from Night King Zhenwu, no one else is given impermanence. Even the eldest princess Qing Longlong can't touch it, let alone me. I want to speak with young Empress Qing. Unfortunately, my brother is in seclusion developing poisons. If you don't believe me, you can contact the eldest princess. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. What does your highness think of the Fifth Mainland? Qingli was confused as he did not understand why Lu Yin had changed the topic so quickly. What does Alliance Master Lu mean? If your highness is willing, I can help you go anywhere you want. You don't need to be trapped in Gu Flow Zone. Qingli shook his head. Alliance Master Lu, you're overthinking things. Anyone born in Gu Flow Zone will spend their entire lives dealing with poisons, and it's difficult for them to leave or adapt to the outside world. That's why the Hall of Honor has never paid much attention to my Divine Gu dynasty, since we have no interest in the outside world. Lu Yin was helpless. He wanted to find a spy within the Divine Gu dynasty, but it did not seem to be easy. Those poisons were given to Alliance Master Lu as a greeting gift and also as compensation for the incident with the infant. Alliance Master Lu, I know that you want to obtain a Hellguard. Actually, anyone who has heard of a Hellguard would want one. Unfortunately, even I don't have one, so you should give up on that idea. Not long after, Qingli left and Lu Yin did not make things difficult for him. Now was not the time to become enemies with the Divine Gu dynasty, and there was no reason for him to make things difficult for Qingli. As for a Hellguard, he would definitely think of a way to obtain one. Those poisons that were comparable to wondrous items were too useful, and once they were upgraded they would definitely be of great use. However, it was not the right time to go to the Divine Gu dynasty as he did not know anything about that place. Even if he went there, it would be difficult for him to obtain a Hellguard from young Empress Qing, and he could not just go around threatening her. Young Empress Qing also did not care about Lu Yin's status. Lu Yin's goal in Fennel Flow Zone was to wait for someone from the Wen family. He did not know what he could obtain from the Wen family, so he decided to discuss it with them first. In the Outerverse, on a planet belonging to Shamrock Enterprises, Yumu was panting heavily and half kneeling on the ground. Blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth and dripping onto the ground. His eyes were bloodshot and one of his eyes had been blinded. A pair of long snow-white legs swayed in front of him. It was a young girl with bright eyes and white teeth. She was beautiful, and there was a crafty look in her eyes that carried a hint of charm. She raised her head and looked at the sky. Actually, I prefer the feeling of a normal person. The position of Outer Verso does not suit me, but it's your fault, Master. Chapter 1593. Yumu looked at the girl in fear. You're not dead. She smiled brilliantly. Of course not. Your seed? Yumu spat out a mouthful of blood. The girl nodded obediently. I was from the start. The company arranged for me to be your disciple, but you were worried about my innate gift and killed me. How sad. Yumu smiled bitterly. I never thought that this day would come. Do you still recognize me as your master? Of course. You'll always be my master, a master worth remembering. The girl's gaze turned cold and her voice chilled him. Yumu lowered his head. That's good, that's good. It's great that I can see you before I die. Actually, I feel very guilty. The girl's gaze turned cold and she suddenly reached out to grab Yumu. Yumu's body was pierced but no blood flowed out. His body simply vanished. The girl was shocked. The Astral Source Universe. That was definitely the Astral Source Universe, but how was this possible? He didn't even have a power level of 400,000, so how could he have entered? The girl was at a loss, and she looked at the blood on the ground with a sinister expression before leaping into space. That old bastard couldn't have gotten far. In outer space, Yumu coughed up blood and rushed towards an abandoned planet to hide. This place wasn't far from Shamrock Enterprises, and Yu would definitely chase after him. If he wanted to live, he could only ask for help, but there was only one person who could save him. Lu Yin. This was an enemy who had forced him into a desperate situation, but only Lu Yin had the ability to save him. Yumu immediately activated his gadget and tried to contact Lu Yin. After a long time, a vast aura descended. "Dear Master, I know you're here. You can't escape. Come out, I won't kill you." The girl's clear voice sounded out, but it was like a nightmare to Yumu. He looked up in terror and saw the girl standing in space, her hand pressing down on the planet. At that moment, the gadget connected and Lu Yin appeared on the screen. The moment he appeared, he saw the girl attack the planet and destroy it before the screen disappeared. Within the green forest, Lu Yin was stunned. What was going on? Had Yumu just died? Who was that girl? "Brother Lu, you should get back to work," Zhou Xian said gently. "I'm fine." Not long after, his gadget rang again and he immediately accepted the call. A fish screen appeared on his screen, showing that he had lost an eye and was in a miserable state, which gave Zhou Xian a fright. "Lu, Alliance Master Lu, save me." Yumu cried for help with a hoarse voice. His eyes were filled with fear. "What's going on?" Lu Yin was puzzled. "Because of the conflict with you, the company suffered heavy losses. Not only did the company order me to be replaced, but they also wanted to kill me. They want to hide a huge secret." Yumu panted as he spoke. He looked above his head and waited in fear. "Continue." "Alliance Master Lu, only you can save me. I swear that if you save me, you'll get Shamrock Enterprises' greatest secret," Yumu said urgently. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. "Why should I believe you?" Yumu gritted his teeth and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. "Just because I escaped, I can escape into the Astral Source universe." Lu Yin's eyes widened. The Astral Source universe was a place only envoys could enter, and only cultivators like him could travel through it. Yumu's power level was at most 300,000, so how could he enter the Astral Source universe? "I don't believe you," Lu Yin said directly. There was no way for an enlighter to enter the Astral Source universe in the Cosmic Tree domain, so how could Yumu do it? Yumu anxiously said, "Alliance Master Lu, save me. If I'm lying, then I'll just die, but what if it's true? I can tell you that the thing that helped me enter the Astral Source universe is called the Astral Source Pill. It's something that Shamrock Enterprises has been researching for a long time, and it's a precious pill that they've only recently succeeded in producing. It can be mass-produced." "Location?" Lu Yin barked. Yumu reported his location and Lu Yin immediately contacted Elder He. Yumu's current location was not far from Anlin Planet, where the people from the Sea King's Dome lived. "Alliance Master Lu, hurry. Shamrock Enterprises people will find me soon. I only have one Astral Source pill left, so I can only escape once," Yumu said anxiously. Lu Yin suddenly shouted, "Run!" Through the screen he saw a figure appear behind Yumu. Who was that girl? The screen disappeared and Lu Yin stood in place, deep in thought. Was the Astral Source pill real or fake? Yumu would not dare to lie, as he was Lu Yin's enemy, not his friend. If Yumu had asked Lu Yin to save him, then Yumu would definitely die if the pill was fake. There was no need for Yumu to make such an unnecessary move. Could Shamrock Enterprises really have developed a pill that could allow enlighters to travel through the Astral Source universe? That was a little against common sense. In the outerverse, Yu stared at the empty space in front of her. She had clearly seen Yumu, but Yumu had actually escaped right under her nose, and through the Astral Source universe at that. She did not know how Yumu had done it, but that old geezer seemed to have contacted someone just now, and that person was Lu Yin. Yu was no stranger to Lu Yin. During her time in hiding, she had joined the Great Eastern Alliance and visited the Innerverse and the Cosmic Sea. Lu Yin had been a legend for nearly a decade and she had seen too many records about him. That old geezer had ended up like this because of his conflict with Lu Yin, so how had he managed to contact Lu Yin? Yu had too many questions and she needed to find that old geezer. Half a day later she found Yumu on a meteorite that was flying east. Yumu was sorrowful. Was it still too late? Lu Yin could not save him in time. "Dear Master, are you contacting Lu Yin? Why? Also, how are you able to travel through the Astral Source universe? Can you tell me about it?" Yu stood in front of Yumu and asked gently. Yumu sneered. "What? You don't know about the astral source pill? Astral source pill? Yu Er had never heard of it. Yu Mu sneered, it seems like the company doesn't trust you. They didn't even tell you about the astral source pill. Then master, can you tell me? Yu Er asked as she stared at Yu Mu. Her snow-white legs and the silent meteorite were two completely different scenes. Yu Mu shook his head. Since we're master and disciple, I'm warning you not to get too involved. The company's waters are murkier than you think. Yu Er grabbed Yu Mu. Come back with me. At that moment Yu Er's body suddenly stiffened and the void tore open. An elder walked out from within the astral source universe. Young lady, please put him down. He's my guest. Yu Er turned around and saw the elder. Her expression turned serious. An emissary? Yu Mu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the shattered meteorite behind him. He had survived. In front of him, Elder, he clasped his hands behind his back and led him in a certain direction. Elder, he was rather curious about Yu Mu. He knew about the grudge between this person and Lu Yin, but he had never thought that Lu Yin would ask him to save this person. There had to be some other relationship between the two. However, Elder, he did not care about this. He had actively tried to save Yu Mu so that Lu Yin would owe him a favor and use it to find the Sea King. They were absolutely certain that the Sea King was not dead, but they did not know where he was. They also did not have the ability to save him, so they could only rely on Lu Yin. Lu Yin was already on his way to the Outerverse. He was very interested in the astral source pill that Yu Mu had mentioned, as well as the aura-concealing stone from Aegis. Right after Lu Yin left, the Wen family's people arrived at Fennel Flow Zone. When they learned that Lu Yin was heading to the Outerverse, they had no choice but to chase after him. Almost half a year had passed since Lu Yin had returned to the Fifth Mainland from the Cosmic Tree Realm. On this day in the distant west, some people from the technocracy arrived at the Genesis Court. The Genesis Court was the core of the technocracy, and it was located in the largest main city. It could also be said that the main city was the Genesis Court. During the tournament of the strongest, Yun, Domi, and Yar Patel had represented the technocracy in the Astral Combat Academy. Wang Yi had also represented the Genesis Court during the Supreme Tournament. There were many research teams in the Genesis Court, and Hui Kong often appeared here. However, Hui Kong was not at the Genesis Court at this moment. Instead, he was on a barren planet far away. A giant mechanical monster had descended and was smashed to pieces by Hui Kong. Damn Baldy, I'll tear you apart sooner or later, the mechanical monster said in a crisp voice. Seemed to be very angry. Hui Kong grinned. Go home and drink milk, kid. You're so old that your teeth are falling out. Grandpa Hui is still so young. Shameless Baldy. With a bang, the mechanical monster was smashed to pieces. Hui Kong looked up and sighed. If only Brother Lu was here. With so many materials, it would be enough for him to play with. A day later, Hui Kong was roasting a giant beast that he had caught from somewhere when his expression suddenly changed. He stood up and looked into the distance with a solemn expression that had never been seen before. Not long after, an old man tore through the void and walked out. He looked at Hui Kong calmly. Someone from the abandoned lands? Hui Kong narrowed his eyes. Someone from that planet. I'm Wang Shang from the Four Cardinal Scales Wang family. I heard that you're from the abandoned lands. Do you recognize this person? The old man raised his hand and drew an image in the void. Hui Kong's eyes narrowed when he saw the image that Wang Shang had drawn. Brother Lu? Seems like you recognize him. Take me to him, the old man said in an unquestionable tone. He was one of the few experts in the Wang family who had undergone 6 origin tribulations, and he had always been on the northern battlefield. He had only returned to the family by chance and had been given a mission by half of Wang Xi's team. He did not know much about the abandoned lands, but he did not need to. It was just a cultivation desert. Although there were a few experts, they were all ants in his eyes. He had lived on the northern battlefield for 1,000 years and did not take anyone from the abandoned lands seriously. He was even confident that he could fight even half of Wang Shang's team. Hui Kong's expression was grave. He could sense how terrifying this old man was. He had been tempered through blood and fire, and he had a murderous aura. Even though he had been in the technocracy for so many years, he could not compare to this old man. Perhaps this old man had surpassed him. I don't know him, Hui Kong said. Wang Shang sneered. I'm sure you know him, so take me to him. He raised his hand and slammed down with his palm. At the same time, black ropes appeared in the void from all directions to bind Hui Kong. He had directly used a forbidden secret technique. Hui Kong's expression changed. Hui Zi's secret technique, break all things, could see through weaknesses and defeat stronger opponents. Hui Kong had seen through the forbidden secret technique and was not trapped. Wang Shang was surprised. I underestimated you. Chapter 1594. The sky exploded as two powerhouses with power levels over 1,000,000 clashed, causing the technocracy to be alarmed. However, the technocracy did not react to Wang Shang's appearance. Hui Kong spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Wang Shang in shock. He did not know what had happened just now. How could this be? Wang Shang also seemed to be in a difficult situation. He looked at Hui Kong in shock. I underestimated you. I didn't think that there would be an expert like you in the abandoned land. However, against my Wang family's art of forgetfulness, your loss is not unjustified. Take me to this kid. Or do you have some sort of connection with him? Hui Kong rubbed his bald head. Go to hell. He's my brother. He raised his hand and pressed down with both hands. A golden meteor fell from the sky, slamming into Wang Shang. Wang Shang sneered. Petty tricks. He raised his hand and unleashed Heavenly Blade. The sharp blade cut through the meteor, but the meteor was also extremely powerful. It passed through the might of Heavenly Blade and forced Wang Shang back. It also caused his organs to tremble and cracks appeared on his arm. This was Hui Kong's inherited battle technique, the Golden Meteor. It contained Hui Kong's powerful strength and it was not so easy to withstand. Wang Shang raised his hand again and aimed it at Hui Kong. He planned to seriously injure him first. Golden meteors had a special characteristic and that was that they could be cultivated. Every once in a while one could cultivate a golden meteor that contained more than half of one's strength, and there was no limit to the number. Hui Kong had stayed in the technocracy for so many years and had always cultivated golden meteors to guard against the technocracy. Now he was using it on Wang Shang. Wang Shang was just about to attack Hui Kong when a dense cluster of golden meteors appeared above his head, all of them whistling toward him. Even though Wang Shang had experienced the battlefield on the other side and did not fear death, he was now scared. He could not withstand so many golden meteors, so he had no choice but to tear through the void and try to escape. If golden meteors were so easy to avoid, they would not have become the Hui family's inherited battle technique. One golden meteor after another entered the void and chased after Wang Shang. Hui Kong panted heavily. He knew that even if this person did not die, he would be seriously injured. His own injuries were not light either. The starry sky contained too many strange battle techniques, and there was an irreparable gap. Fortunately, he had a backup plan. What had Brother Lu done? Why was he being chased by so many experts from the starry sky? However, being chased after him proved that Brother Lu was living well. This was good news. It seemed that he could not stay in the technocracy any longer. This person had been beaten back, so the next one would definitely be even stronger. Accidents had occurred in the technocracy and so had the Outerverse. Elder he took Yumu to Enlon planet. Along the way they encountered a powerful being from the 6th mainland who was heading to Aegis. There were not only experts from the D family but also experts from the Autumn Frost family. The 6th mainland's Bloodburn realm had 3 top-notch families: the D family, Mo Zhang's bloodline, and the Autumn Frost family. Among them, the Mo Zhang's bloodline and the Autumn Frost family's ancestors were both world importers, and only the D family's ancestor was a cosmic importer. Furthermore, he was one of the 6th mainland's Daoist sect's 10 elders. However, as the calamity descended, the D family's ancestor had died in battle, and the Mo Zhang's bloodline's ancestor had also died in battle, leaving the Bloodburn realm with only the Autumn Frost family. The 6th mainland had moved into the 5th mainland's outerverse, and although the 9 filaments could no longer be further divided, each filament was naturally closer to the other. Most of the people from the Bloodburn realm had joined the Autumn Frost family. Who are you? Elder, he asked solemnly as he looked at the group of 6th mainland's cultivators who were blocking his path. He was filled with hostility towards the 6th mainland. The expert from the Autumn Frost family was called Uncle Hua, and he was an emissary with a power level of over 600,000. Behind him were DFA Autumn Frost Qing, and the rest of the 6th mainland's cultivators. Elder from the Autumn Frost family, who are you? Uncle Hua asked. When he saw that elder he was an emissary, he had purposely stopped him. Now that the sixth mainland had moved into the Outerverse, they wanted the Outerverse to acknowledge their rule, and roping in the Outerverse experts was the fastest way to do so. This was especially true for emissaries, as they had a large number of cultivators following behind them. Elder He's tone was unpleasant. "I'm just a passerby. Please make way." Uncle Hua frowned, and behind him, Autumn Frost Qing spoke up. "Aren't you being too rude? You don't even dare to introduce yourself?" Elder He's eyes flashed with murderous intent. "What do you want?" Uncle Hua asked. "Since you've appeared in the Outerverse, are you an Outerverse cultivator or just passing through? That has nothing to do with you." Uncle Hua coldly replied, "The fifth mainland's Outerverse now belongs to the sixth mainland, and anyone who appears in the Outerverse is under the jurisdiction of the sixth mainland. How can it have nothing to do with me?" "What sixth mainland? You're just a stray dog." Elder He was disdainful. Autumn Frost Qing and the rest were furious, and Uncle Hua's eyes widened. "How dare you?" He then imprinted an imprint on Elder Autumn Frost behind him, and a terrifying aura stirred the heavens. Elder He was not afraid, and he was about to attack. Yumu, who had been standing behind Elder He, suddenly shouted, "Senior, Junior Yumu has something to ask of you." Elder He suddenly turned around, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Shut up." A strange weapon appeared in Uncle Hua's hand, and he swept it out. Elder He hurriedly blocked the attack, and with just one strike Elder He was sent flying. Uncle Hua's power level was over 600,000, which was already above Elder He's. The sixth mainland's cultivators had the advantage against the fifth mainland's cultivators, and with Uncle Hua's imprint and bloodline, Elder He was no match for Uncle Hua. Uncle Hua snorted and looked at Yumu. "What is it?" Yumu was ecstatic. He did not care about the sixth mainland or the fifth mainland, he just wanted to survive. Relying on the sixth mainland's cultivators whom he did not know was better than relying on Lu Yin. He did not believe that Lu Yin would let him off. Junior Yumu is the Outerverse president of the fifth mainland's Shamrock Enterprises. I wish to rely on the Autumn Frost family. Yumu bowed respectfully. The Astral River Arc had once seemed majestic to Lu Yin, but after visiting the Neoverse, the Astral Tree, the Glory Realm, the Bifrost Bridge, and the Mother Tree, everything about the fifth mainland seemed ordinary to him. Beep beep beep. Lu Yin accepted the call. "Alliance Master Lu, I'm sorry. I failed." Elder He's voice sounded weak and coughing. Lu Yin was shocked. Shamrock Enterprises sent out an emissary? It's the Autumn Frost family. Lu Yin was puzzled. How is this related to Autumn Frost Chiu? Elder He explained what had happened and then apologized. Yumu was taken away. It's my fault. Lu Yin hurriedly replied, "Elder, you're being too serious. This has nothing to do with you. I'll handle this matter. Elder, please return to Calm Orchid Planet and rest." "All right," Elder He agreed and then ended the call. Lu Yin immediately contacted Star Fox. The appearance of the sixth mainland's Autumn Frost family could not be a coincidence. The sixth mainland had taken over the Outerverse peacefully for the sake of peace, and because of the Eternals' invasion, the sixth mainland had acted peacefully in the Outerverse and had not caused any wars. They had slowly moved eastward, but now the Autumn Frost family had appeared near the central weaves. Lu Yin guessed that this might have something to do with Aegis. Lu Yin told Star Fox about this conjecture, and Star Fox was shocked. He thanked Lu Yin profusely and hurriedly led everyone from Aegis away. He had gone to the Western Weaves to talk to the D family, but the results had not been good. Lu Yin had given him information that confirmed that the Autumn Frost family's target was them. The D family had already secretly sided with the Autumn Frost family. Lu Yin informed Star Fox and told Aegis to retreat, and Yumu did the same to Uncle Hua. Aegis is Lu Yin's subordinate organization. Lu Yin has an identity as a member of the Hall of Honor that allows him to recruit subordinate organizations. That person just now was an expert from the Sea King's Dome, so he'll definitely tell Lu Yin about Senior's arrival, Yumu said. Uncle Hua immediately sped up and headed towards Aegis. He was also familiar with Lu Yin's name. Even though they had never interacted before, this person's battle during the Sovereign Tournament had shocked everyone. Furthermore, this person was the sixth mainland's greatest obstacle to smoothly taking over the Outerverse. If not for the Great Eastern Alliance's influence, They would have been able to take over the Outerverse even faster. When Autumn Frost Qing heard Lu Yin's name, he clenched his fists and a sinister look appeared in his eyes. It was Lu Yin again. If he could, he really wanted to destroy this person. When he thought of Lu Yin, he thought of Third Fatty and Yan Xiaojing. He had been searching for them all this time and both of them had to die. Neither of them should even think about escaping. DFA looked up into outer space. Lu Yin was someone he had not seen in a long time, and he had never thought that Lu Yin would still be alive. He had disappeared for 2 years and when he had reappeared he had caused a huge commotion in the Daoist sect's ruins. He had even beaten DFA and Nan Yanfei into the ocean where they had almost died. The gap between them was growing wider and wider. Would they meet Lu Yin again on this trip to Aegis? When Uncle Hua and the others arrived at planet Aegis, it was already empty. There was not a single person on the planet. Not only had Lu Yin informed them in time, but Star Fox and the others had also been prepared. Uncle Hua's expression turned ugly. Yu Mu hurriedly said, "Senior, that person from the Sea King's Dome must have told Lu Yin. This junior knows where those people from the Sea King's Dome are. Lead the way." Uncle Hua's tone was rather unpleasant. In the distance on Tranquil Orchid Planet, Elder He recounted everything that had happened to Elder Tong and the others after they returned. Hai Chi-Chi displayed her usual venomous tongue and ridiculed Uncle Hua and the others as if they were worthless. Elder Tong muttered to himself for a moment before giving the order to leave. "Elder, do we need to leave?" Hai Dashao asked. Elder Tong's eyes flickered. "Yu Mu recognizes us and he knows about our relationship with Lu Yin. Even if we don't know why those people from the Autumn Frost family are here, Lu Yin definitely won't allow Yu Mu to be taken away. A conflict will definitely break out between them and our position here is too obvious. It's easy for us to become sacrificial lambs." "Then let's leave," Hai Dashao said. Hai Chi-Chi was unwilling. Why do we have to clean up Lu Yin's mess? After all these years she had gradually walked out of the shadow of losing the Sea King. Even if she had not completely let go, her mood had improved greatly. If we want to bring the Sea King back, we'll need to borrow Lu Yin's strength. Only the Great Eastern Alliance can intimidate those from the Sixth Mainland. Lu Yin's background is too deep, and his influence is greater than anyone else's. Elder Tong sighed and then glanced at Hai Chi-Chi. It would be great if Lu Yin could be together with Chi-Chi. Back then, the Sea King had been able to force the two of them to be together, but now that was no longer possible. Uncle Hua brought Yu Mu and the others to Tranquil Orchid Planet, but all they saw was an ordinary planet with many ordinary people living there. However, there was no trace of the people from the Sea King's Dome. This angered Uncle Hua. When an emissary was angered, the heavens shook and natural disasters such as tsunamis and earthquakes erupted on the planet. No one dared to stop Uncle Hua, as they did not care about the lives of these ordinary people. Chapter 1595. Suddenly, the void in front of Uncle Hua split open and a palm slammed out. Uncle Hua saw it, but he was unable to dodge in time. His body was struck by the invisible palm and his defenses weakened. He spat out a mouthful of blood as his body was sent flying into outer space. The palm contained traces of gold that pierced through his body and exploded on his back. Uncle Hua spat out another mouthful of blood and used his imprint on Elder Autumn Frost. He forcefully twisted his body and stabilized himself in outer space. He panted heavily, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth as he stared at and launching. That palm had been extremely powerful and contained overlaying stacks. If not for the fact that the attacker was not an emissary, he would have been in danger. Even so, that palm had injured him. "Who's there?" Uncle Hua barked, his eyes bloodshot. His imprint remained behind him as he activated his bloodline to deal with the attack. Autumn Frost Qing and the rest quickly returned to outer space and appeared behind Uncle Hua. In front of them, Lu Yin walked out with a gloomy expression as he stared at Uncle Hua. When they saw Lu Yin, their expressions changed, especially Yu Mu. His face went pale and a chill ran down his spine. "You're from the Autumn Frost family? Who gave you the guts to behave so atrociously in my Great Eastern Alliance?" Lu Yin shouted as golden battle force wrapped around his arm. Uncle Hua stared at Lu Yin. "You're Lu Yin. Answer me. Who gave you the guts? Elder Autumn Frost?" Lu Yin asked. "Impudent. You're just a puny enlighter, yet you dare to question an emissary." Autumn Frost Qing shouted. Lu Yin glanced at Yu Mu and then back at Uncle Hua. Uncle Hua stared at Lu Yin fearfully, as he had never expected that palm to come from this person. This person definitely had the power to challenge an emissary, which was too terrifying. How could he be so strong? Even the Dao Source 3 Skies cultivators would not be able to face an emissary in a direct confrontation. This person was terrifying. If this person was allowed to grow, then it would only be a disaster for the Sixth Mainland. Uncle Hua barked. The outer verse already belongs to the Sixth Mainland, so why would there be a Great Eastern Alliance? Lu Yin, do you want to become enemies with the Sixth Mainland? Nonsense. Lu Yin raised a hand and unleashed an empty palm. Uncle Hua's expression changed and a strange weapon appeared in his hand. He swept out with this attack and it had severely injured Elder He. Lu Yin looked at Uncle Hua's rune lines. This attack's power exceeded 600,000, and it was indeed powerful. However, the Codex of Ian evolution had been weakened. Uncle Hua's attack swept past Lu Yin, but he could clearly sense that something was amiss. The power of his attack had suddenly weakened, and Lu Yin's hollow palm descended upon Uncle Hua's weapon. Uncle Hua was sent flying along with his weapon. This time he was prepared and he was not as miserable as he had been when he had been hit by Lu Yin's palm. However, he was not much better off. He had not expected that he would not be able to safely receive Lu Yin's palm strike even though he had been prepared. The difference in Lu Yin's power was so great that even DFA and the others who had fought with him before could not accept it. That was an emissary, but he had actually been beaten back. Uncle Hua stepped through the void and vanished, and Lu Yin disappeared at the same time. Then within the Astral Source universe, Lu Yin unleashed a series of palm strikes that landed on Uncle Hua's body. Uncle Hua had not expected Lu Yin to be able to step into the Astral Source universe, and he had been caught off guard. The star chessboard appeared beneath Lu Yin's feet, and he quickly moved to appear behind Uncle Hua. Uncle Hua seemed to have expected this, and his strange weapon swept out from a strange angle, forcing Lu Yin to retreat. Uncle Hua was just about to continue attacking when a willow leaf appeared and bound him up. "Mr. Lu, with us here, why bother fighting?" The flying willow leaf appeared. Lu Yin had brought them with him to the outer verse, and Luotian was still in the Fennel Flow Zone. Wei Rong sent someone to escort him to the Great Eastern Alliance. The appearance of the flying willow leaf shocked everyone from the Sixth Mainland, especially Uncle Hua. He had not expected such a powerful powerhouse to be by Lu Yin's side. If he had known earlier, he would not have taken action. So this is an imprint? What a strange power. Big Sister Fei Hua sized up Elder Autumn Frost, who was standing behind Uncle Hua, and sighed in admiration. Mr. Lu Yu was curious as well. This power can make a person even stronger. This person's current power level has already surpassed his own. Because of this imprint, there really is something in the wasteland that is worth researching. Lu Yin calmly asked, "Have you guys never seen this power before?" Mr. Lu Yu was astonished. "We should have seen it before." "Visualize." Lu Yin uttered 2 words. Mr. Lu Yu was stunned. Indeed. Uncle Hua was restrained and he could not even threaten the 2 powerhouses Lu Yi and Fei Hua. He was immediately captured by Lu Yin. "Alliance Master Lu, what do you want?" Uncle Hua asked. Lu Yin had originally wanted to release someone to report back to the Autumn Frost family so that they could redeem the captives and intimidate the Sixth Mainland. However, he thought of something else and did not release anyone. He took all of them with him and sealed off all information. "Director Yu, you really know how to take advantage of the situation." Lu Yin spoke to Yu Mu alone. Yu Mu smiled bitterly. "Alliance Master Lu, you and I have always been enemies. You only saved me because my conditions moved you. Now I've just found a better buyer. This is just a transaction." Lu Yin nodded. "That's right, it's just a transaction. However, you brought these people to Enlon planet, which went beyond the scope of the transaction. You're trying to trip me up. Those people from the Sea King's Dome are not from the Great Eastern Alliance. They have nothing to do with you, Alliance Master Lu," Yu Mu quibbled. Lu Yin laughed. "I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying that you're causing trouble for me." Yu Mu sighed. "I'll tell you everything about the Astral Source pill. I just hope that Alliance Master Lu will let me live." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "Sure, go ahead." Yu Mu went on guard. "I'm talking about Alliance Master Lu and your subordinates. You are not allowed to act against me, and you are also not allowed to hire others to escort me safely to the astral wilderness. You don't have the right to talk about conditions with me. I promise that my subordinates and I will not act against you, But if you want to go to the astral wilderness, you have to go by yourself. Yumu hurriedly said, Alliance Master Lu, that's the astral source pill. Once you get your hands on it, it will be of great use to your Great Eastern Alliance. Is it not worth as much as my conditions? Right, I'll add one more condition. Give me that universal armor that you've been wearing all this time. Lu Yin stared at Yumu. You're quite interesting. Since you already know that Shamrock Enterprises has the astral source pill, then I have a way to find out. I'm only asking you to save me some trouble. Not only are you my enemy, but you're also two-faced. You even want to take away my defensive items. Do you really think that I won't dare to kill you? Yumu snorted. I'm afraid of death, but I know that if I don't meet the conditions I'll still die. Shamrock Enterprises has too many hidden seeds and they might even have some by your side. If I don't have the ability to protect myself, then I'll just die anyway. I'll send you to the astral wilderness. That's my bottom line. If you don't want to, then you can die, Lu Yin said. Yumu gritted his teeth. He was sure that Lu Yin really wanted the astral source pill, or else he would not have asked Wang Hai to help him. Wang Tian's men were protecting Yumu, so they would not immediately rush over. However, there was one thing that Yumu was right about. Since Lu Yin knew about the astral source pill, then he would definitely be able to find out where it was. Yumu did not dare take the risk as he was afraid that Lu Yin would really fight to the death. If he did not cherish his life, then he would not have asked Lu Yin for help, nor would he have turned to the Autumn Frost family. He cherished his life more than anyone else. I want to join the Great Eastern Alliance, Yumu said in a low voice, changing his conditions. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and he thought about it. All right. The Great Eastern Alliance welcomed anyone, but as the alliance leader, Lu Yin had the authority to arrange for personnel to be transferred. Yumu could only serve on the front lines and in the most dangerous places, and his identity had to be changed. As for what would happen to him, no one could say for sure. The Astral Source Pill is a research project that Shamrock Enterprises set up a long time ago. I don't know exactly how many years they've been working on it, but I only had the right to know after I became the president of the Outerverse. At that time, the Astral Source Pill was enough to break through the Astral Source universe, but it could not allow people to travel through it. Now, the Astral Source Pill can allow Enlighters to instantly travel through the Astral Source universe. Traveling through the Astral Source universe is just one of the uses of the Astral Source Pill. There are other uses for it as well. Shamrock Enterprises not only did they set up a research team to manufacture the Astral Source Pill, but they also set up a research team to study its uses. The most valuable use of the pill is to attract the attention of the Astral Source universe. Lu Yin was curious and he vaguely thought of something. Continue. Yumu continued. When envoys fight, they not only have to face their enemies, but they also have to face the Astral Source universe. Once they're noticed by the Astral Source universe, the Astral Source in their body can be easily extracted. Without Astral Source, it's not a big deal, but once it's extracted, it'll have a huge impact on the battle. Using multiple Astral Source pills at the same time can achieve this effect. Lu Yin understood, as this was also why envoys needed strange items. These strange items could conceal their astral source and prevent them from being noticed by the Astral Source universe. They were beneficial in both battle and absorbing Astral Source. However, the Astral Source pill was equivalent to poison to envoys. It was a poison that was specially made for envoys. Where's the research team for the Astral Source pill? Lu Yin asked. Yumu answered, the headquarters world. In fact, it was precisely because of the success of the Astral Source pill that the headquarters decided to move to the Realm Mountains. Otherwise, they wouldn't have entered the Realm Mountains to avoid attracting attention. This cleared up Lu Yin's doubts. He had always been curious as to why Shamrock Enterprises had not moved to the Realm Mountains earlier, as it would have been best for them to obtain protection there. So this was the reason. So the Astral Source pill was also recently developed? Lu Yin asked. Yumu replied, it was developed 10 years ago and we've been testing it for the past 10 years. That's how I was able to obtain a few pills, but I used them all up when I was trying to escape. Aside from the headquarters, are there any other branch companies that have Astral Source pills? Absolutely not. The Astral Source pill is the company's biggest secret. Even the woman who tried to kill me, Yu Air, who took over the position of CEO of the Outerverse, doesn't know about its existence. I only know about it because of my seniority. Lu Yin was astonished. That woman's name is Yu Air? Yumu's face darkened. She's my disciple and she actually betrayed me. She's a hidden seed. Alliance leader, you must be careful of Shamrock Enterprises' hidden seeds. Not only are these people powerful but they're also terrifyingly powerful. There are definitely hidden seeds within the Great Eastern Alliance. Yu was once hidden there and she only appeared because she wanted to replace me. Chapter 1596. Luyin did not care about Yu. Someone with a power level of 400,000 was not important to him. How can I get a Star Source pill? Yumu fell silent. He was being hunted down by Shamrock Enterprises, so it was impossible for him to get one. Luyin looked at Yumu. I believe that you have people in the headquarters who are familiar with you. Find a way to get a Star Source pill. As long as you can get one for me, I can guarantee that your future will be bright. At the very least, you won't have to worry about your life. Yumu's eyes burned with eagerness, but he concealed it. There's no other way. The company's management is very strict, and I've already been removed from the list. My acquaintances in the headquarters will hunt me down if they see me. Luyin's eyes flashed. I can give you the universal armor that can block envoys. I'll do my best, Yumu replied. He was very interested in Luyin's universal armor, as everyone knew that Luyin's defensive items were extremely powerful. If he could get one, he would not have to worry about being hunted down. He decided that if he could get his hands on the universal armor, he would sleep with it on. Luyin did not believe that Yumu could get a Star Source pill from Shamrock Enterprises headquarters. He believed that Yumu had hidden it away and would hand it over to him at the appropriate time. The Star Source pill was Yumu's life-saving treasure and threats were useless. Yumu would not admit to anything and Luyin could not force him to do so. He could only wait for Yumu to hand it over, which would not take long. One day later, Luyin appeared on Aegis planet. The black-masked assassin, Star Fox and the rest were all present. The current Aegis was much weaker than it had been at its peak. The Enlighter Realm assassin who looked like a child was dead, and Lord Egret as well as Poison Master, Magistrate, Unparalleled Beauty, Feng Zi, Black Tiger, and the others who had once been on the Outerverse assassin rankings. Although there were many low-level assassins, the loss of these assassins had caused Aegis business to decline. They could not send the black-masked assassin to assassinate a hunter. The 6th mainland has already taken over the Western Weaves and it's not that far from here. They can come over at any time. Why are you still here? Luyin asked. He stood on the planet's highest peak and looked down. Behind him were the black-masked assassin and Star Fox. Star Fox answered, We're used to this place. So you're saying that you plan to join the 6th mainland? Luyin. The black-masked assassin replied, No. Does that mean you want to die? Luyin laughed. Star Fox and the black-masked assassin looked at each other, speechless. Is there anything you can't let go of here? Luyin asked. Alliance leader Lu, Star Fox said helplessly. I'm a member of the highest management of Aegis, and I have the right to know everything about Aegis. Think carefully before you speak. Star Fox muttered to himself for a moment. There's a spatial rift within this planet, and there are ruins of an ancient sect within it. Luyin's eyes widened and he looked at Star Fox with a cold glint in his eyes. The black-masked assassin stood in front of Star Fox. We were the ones who discovered the ruins. There's no need for us to tell you everything, Alliance Master Lu. Luyin's eyes narrowed. Bring me there. The planet was desolate. From where the black-masked assassin and the others were sleeping, one could see a protruding dagger. It looked ordinary, but on the dagger, there were 2 words carved in ancient characters. Qizong. That's the word Qizong, said Star Fox. With that, he touched the dagger with one hand and then vanished. Luyin's eyes lit up. The spatial rift was similar to the ancient centipede. Back then, the ancient centipede had emerged from a spatial rift, and this dagger was connected to one of those spatial rifts. Luyin touched the dagger and the darkness in front of him expanded. In an instant he entered the spatial rift and appeared in a dusky space. He looked up and saw that there was no light around him. There was only a black sun in the distance and he had no idea how long it had been hanging there. This place was in ruins and it was even more dilapidated than the Daoist sect's ruins. This space was neither too big nor too small. Luyin's domain spread out and all he could see were broken buildings. Some of the buildings that came into contact with his domain immediately turned to dust. Alliance Master Lu, the buildings here are too ancient. Don't touch them or else everything will be gone, Star Fox reminded him. The black masked assassin walked in as well. The Oddity Sect is the name of this sect. We've discovered some battle techniques here, but they're all incomplete due to the passage of time. During the Astral Combat Tournament, Calcifer's 10 Steps, one kill battle technique came from this place. We've also cultivated some of the techniques, but they're all incomplete and not very useful. Aside from those broken battle techniques, what else is there? Lu Yin asked as he carefully walked through the space. This sect should have been quite powerful in ancient times. Lu Yin saw some traces of battle, but because it had been so long ago he could not discern the power of these traces. There's nothing else. If this sect can really bring us any benefits, then Aegis would not just be an assassin organization that can only stay in the Outerverse, Star Fox said. That was not wrong, and it did not sound like there was anything wrong with it. However, were they not willing to leave just because of this? Lu Yin looked at Star Fox. Was the aura concealing stone obtained here as well? Star Fox's body trembled imperceptibly. Yes, Alliance Master Lu, take a look. Among those broken buildings, there are some that were built with aura concealing stones. They were probably built by the cultivators here in ancient times to prevent others from spying on them. It's the only thing that's useful. Is that so? Seems like this sect was really powerful in ancient times. Even such a wondrous item was used as a building material, Lu Yin commented. Star Fox's expression changed, and he exchanged glances with the black-masked assassin. Lu Yin looked at the two in amusement. Sometimes I really don't understand why you two are guarding against me. Without me, Aegis would be in a miserable state right now, and it might even be destroyed. I'm still your benefactor. The black-masked assassin lowered his voice. If Alliance Master Lu had known that the aura-concealing stone was a wondrous item, would you have left it to us assassins? Lu Yin was stunned and shook his head. It's too wasteful to use it to kill people. Wondrous items are useful to envoys, but Aegis does not have any envoys. We don't have the qualifications to trade with those envoys, and any one of them could easily destroy us. Alliance Master Lu should be clear about this, Star Fox said, making up an excuse. Lu Yin nodded. I understand. Then you can trade with me. I won't destroy you and I definitely won't steal from you. Besides. Lu Yin smiled. We're on the same side. Star Fox's lips twitched and his heart sank. On the same side. These words made it sound like Lu Yin wasn't planning on using money to buy the aura-concealing stone. Star Fox and the black-masked assassin glanced at each other bitterly. The problem they had been most worried about had come. They had guessed that Lu Yin would one day discover that the aura-concealing stone was a wondrous item, but they hadn't expected it to be so soon. How old was he? We found 59 aura-concealing stones from the Oddity Sect. How many do you want? Star Fox asked. Lu Yin blinked. You want them too? Star Fox was furious. We found them. Lu Yin waved a hand. What I mean is that it's a waste for you to keep them. Sell them all to me. State your conditions. Alliance Master Lu, the aura-concealing stone is the foundation of Aegis. Without it, we can't hide our auras, the black-masked assassin said. Lu Yin thought about it. I'll leave 2 for you. Star Fox gritted his teeth. Alliance Master Lu, you're even more than we expected. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. This person was no longer someone Aegis could afford to offend. Lu Yin looked around. Actually, compared to the aura-concealing stone, you should be more concerned about your own lives. Also, Aegis's name is Aegis. If you stay here, you'll be devoured by the 6th mainland sooner or later. Go to the Innerverse? There's no space there. Forget about the Cosmic Sea or the Neoverse. Only the Great Eastern Alliance can protect you. I'm protecting you, so it's only right that you give me some compensation, right? Besides, I won't take it for free. Just tell me if you need anything. Right, I have something good. Lu Yin took out the giant's right arm and tossed it to Star Fox. Try it on. Star Fox's eyes lit up as he had seen the giant's right arm before. Lu Yin had used it during his conflict with Yumu, and it could resist powerhouses with a power level of 300,000 to 400,000. After putting on the arm, Star Fox immediately felt that something was amiss. He looked at Lu Yin in shock. Alliance Master Lu, this is? Lu Yin smiled. It's enough to display a power level of 500,000. Consider it the payment for the aura-concealing stone. Is it worth it? In addition, the Great Eastern Alliance will provide Aegis with protection. Regardless of whether it's in the Outerverse or the Innerverse, Aegis will always be a member of the Great Eastern Alliance. Star Fox's eyes lit up as he stroked the giant's right arm. A power level close to 500,000 meant that it was an envoy. With it, Aegis's power would be close to an envoy's. He looked at the black-masked assassin who was also staring at the giant's right arm. This item was not very tempting to him as he was an assassin, and it was too eye-catching. Not enough. Then what about this? Lu Yin took out a super flash tear bomb. This can instantly blind an enlighter, and it's also effective against powerhouses with power levels of 300,000. This should be your favorite, right? I can give you 5 of these. Star Fox's eyes lit up and he accepted the super flash tear bomb. They did not doubt Lu Yin's words. Even though Lu Yin was overbearing, he was very honest and he would not lie to them about something like this. If this isn't enough, Lu Yin said. Star Fox and the black-masked assassin could not help but look at him. This means that you want to betray the 5th mainland and join the 6th mainland. If that's the case, then I'm sorry. Lu Yin's tone was icy as he stared at the two. Star Fox hurriedly spoke up. That's enough, Alliance Leader Lu. I can give you 50 aura-concealing stones. You should know the value of these strange objects. Lu Yin thought about it and then agreed. 50 aura-concealing stones were enough, and he did not have that many envoys. These things could be used to recruit envoys. Then, can you tell me what it is that makes you unwilling to leave this place? Lu Yin asked. Star Fox was helpless. Their unwillingness to leave was too obvious and anyone could tell. The black-masked assassin looked up at the black sun. That. Lu Yin followed his gaze and was astonished. The sun. When we discovered the Qi Zone, there were already people here, the black-masked assassin said. They were already dead and their bodies were stiff. Those people were all kneeling and praying to that sun.